All right, good afternoon, everyone. We would like to welcome you to the board's afternoon work session. And I would like to allow the superintendent to have some time here before we jump into our presentations this afternoon, please.
So I just want to take a moment of privilege to give a huge shout out to the ELA and instructional leadership team. They did at least 10 listening sessions. There were moments where I think Jill was doing a listening session in 1 hour and then at a literacy VLA training with superintendents and school divisions. The next hour, Colleen was taking notes, and then over here, and Michelle Wallace, who has joined us as the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, really hit it with the track shoes. I also want to thank all of the public who came out and gave such positive feedback and reinforced the hard work that this team has done over the past several months around the ELA standards. They have really taken due diligence in being responsive to the field, responsive to the feedback. So I'm incredibly grateful for their leadership and their diligence and their hard work to make sure that the stakeholders' voice across the Commonwealth was heard and that these standards are representative of the field and what they've asked us to do. So I just wanted to give a tremendous shout out and thank you to the team and all of their efforts to make sure that these are best in class standards. So thank you guys very much.
Okay, and with that, we will move into item A, presentation on the revised English standards of learning, proposed revised English standards of learning. I'll give the team a couple minutes to get warmed up.
The musical group is tomorrow. Right.
Although I think they can. I would imagine they're pretty impressive.
Right. Good afternoon, President Creasy, Superintendent Coons, and members of the board. I am Michelle Wallace, the new Assistant Superintendent for Instruction at the Department of Education, and I'm really excited to be here today. I most recently joined the department from a school division, and so I am a Virginia educator. I've worked with school divisions all across the state because I used to be at the Virginia Department of Education 10 years ago, started. So kind of coming back home, and it feels good to be here. There are so many things going on that are very positive in the state right now. And I'm really proud to be part of that work and part of that team. With me today are Jill Nagaris, you've seen her before, and Colleen Cassida. They have worked really hard to produce a quality document for you that is our set of standards of learning for English. And as Dr. Coons stated, we've had feedback from across the Commonwealth, from the field. These two ladies have worked with instructional leaders and experts for well over a year now to develop a quality product so that we have a solid and sound set of standards. They've also worked with the Virginia Literacy Partnership to ensure alignment with the science of reading research and evidence-based literacy instruction in those standards where it's applicable. And so as Dr. Coons did, we want to just thank all of the educators, the teachers, the experts that have lent their feedback and provided us with good information to make a very quality product for you today. Since we don't have a presentation board, I will direct you to the slide that I'm referring to. So on slide 2 of the presentation, you are aware of the relevant legislation. The Code of Virginia requires a review of the standards at least once every 7 years. And then in 2023, the Virginia Literacy Act legislation further fleshed out more specifically the expectation for the English standards of learning in the Commonwealth, requiring that the standards of learning for reading in kindergarten through grade 8 shall align with evidence-based literacy instruction and science-based reading research. Additionally, with the direction from leadership and the board, the revision process moved forward, focusing on the engagement and feedback of a variety of stakeholders, raising academic expectations for students and schools, developing skilled readers to ensure that students are equipped to access educational experiences that prepare them for post-secondary opportunities, and creating clear and coherent academic standards that will allow for common expectations of mastery in the Commonwealth. On slide 3, you will see the timeline and where we are now. In January, this team came to you to bring forth the first reading of the Standards of Learning for 2024 for English Standards of Learning. That was followed by a 30-day public comment period, which opened after the Board of Education accepted the standards for first review. In February, that's when we dedicated time to go across the state for public hearings. And then here we are in March. The public comment period has ended, and we're hoping for anticipated approval at tomorrow's meeting. Slide 4 will show you a visual of where we went across the Commonwealth to visit areas like Farmville and Newport News and Abington and Warrenton. So there were 6 in-person public hearings, and then we held 4 virtual public hearings. Additionally, feedback was provided through electronic form that was on our website, email, and also regular mail. 72 attendees in total there were 72 attendees in total at the 6 in-person public hearings, and 20 of the attendees provided public comment. There were 156 attendees in total at the 4 virtual public hearings, with 20 of those attendees providing comment. On slide 5, you'll see a little bit more of a synopsis of the comment period. 139 total individual submissions of public comments were received during written public comment. And the following organizations provided written feedback that was included in the totals for the public comment. They include Arlington Parents for Education, Northern Virginia English Leaders, Greater Washington Chapter of the Virginia State Literacy Association, and English Education Advisory Board. On slide 6, this is probably where you're most interested, the themes of the feedback and the summary of changes. So VDOE staff, namely these 2 individuals here, analyzed our public comment and reviewed the requested edits to the proposed standards of learning for English and looked at those recommendations. So they have made those changes within the documents that you have before you today. VDOE staff considered all recommendations made by the public, and you'll see specifically, as listed there in the summary of changes, how they are addressed in the revised standards of learning. Overall, the feedback was very positive. The field really appreciates the more rigorous and clear expectations, and they appreciate the science-based reading research and evidence-based literacy instruction being provided in those K-8 standards. Overall, they like the format of how the standards changed because they do look a little different in format in the numbering process. And so we're really excited that we could produce a product that suits what the field is interested in seeing. I would just, also like to add that, as we looked at this, we implemented some feedback also and taken into consideration feedback from Dr. Northern, who most recently provided us some feedback, and we're happy to be able to incorporate some of that into the upcoming instructional guides. And that's going to take us to our next slide, which is slide 7. What is next? Implementation support. And so following the board's approval of the revised standards of learning, VDOE staff will post a final version of the standards of learning on our VDOE website. And we propose the following implementation plan that you see before you. In April, the final version will be crosswalked. So there'll be a crosswalk document posted. In April through August, we will work to support the field in the implementation of the standards of learning. In the spring of 2024, we will be convening teams of teachers to develop instructional resources aligned to the standards of reading, standards of English. And that includes the instructional guides that I referenced earlier. And so these will start coming out kind of in a phased approach. We'll provide on-the-ground, shoulder-to-shoulder assistance with school divisions as they implement the standards of learning. And that will start, we'll have some summer literacy and math institutes. And so some of that work will be highlighted during those summer institutes. And then also, like I said, shoulder-to-shoulder work, working right with divisions on the implementation of the standards. We also anticipate the accelerated timeline for the adoption of textbooks. We cannot adopt textbooks for secondary grades until the standards are actually approved by the board. And so with the approval of the standards of learning, we will be able to push that timeline a little bit forward. And then lastly, slide 8 shows you the contacts for the English standards of learning. And that's primarily our two that are here behind me. Jill and Colleen are the main contacts for the English standards of learning at the Department of Education. And then in your packets, you should have a redlined version of the changes that were made between January and March that include the feedback incorporated in them from the field as well as other experts. You also have a clean version of the standards, which might be a little bit easier for you to read. And then you have a side-by-side comparison of the 2017 standards of learning compared to the proposed revised 2024 standards of learning.
Dr. Coons?
I just want to add that you are in the process of hiring 3 ELA specialists to work directly with school divisions, one located in the eastern part of Virginia, the middle part, and the western part of Virginia, to do some of that shoulder-to-shoulder direct support. And then you've also engaged in some upcoming grant opportunities that we hope to announce in the next 2 weeks after, if the board so chooses to pass the standard. So I really appreciate, not only are you thinking about the team that you have, but how to spread into the field. And then I also want to give you one more shout out because you've been here for about a month and you've already established a leadership advisory council with leaders from the field and 2 to 3 people from each region, 3 people from each region. You have a regional instructional leadership council. So I'm just really want to mention some of the awesome things you've been doing to really collaborate and coordinate with the instructional leaders across the state. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone? Comments, questions? Dr. Northern?
So I'll start by saying that I have been completely amazed, and I said this at the last meeting about how many strides we've made relative to the last standards we had. I think that you guys have just really approached this with a level of rigor and detail that we've not seen in the state before. And so kudos to all of that. I know that we received some feedback kind of late in the game. I really wish we'd received some of this feedback earlier in the game in January. And so I've been given just the opportunity to talk to several of you guys and Dr. Coons with my concerns. And I think what I'm hearing is that in many ways, some of these things can be accommodated in our instructional guide, which I think makes sense. But I'll lay out what I think I'd like to see in the instructional guides and see how my colleagues feel about these suggestions, as well as just 2 things that I actually like to see accommodated in the standards, which I think are small fixes that hopefully we can discuss as well. So in the IG, I'm aware that the text complexity exemplars, which is something I've been harping on for a while, and this is what gives teachers an idea of, okay, this is what a complex text looks like in 4th grade and 5th grade, 2nd grade. And I know that we have at the back of the standards, we have a chart that gives teachers guidance on how they should go about choosing a text that's complex for that grade. But many other states also go one step further and provide teachers with a voluntary list of here are some ideas of what complex texts look like at this grade. They're not mandated, they're not blah, blah, blah. And I've been hearing that that's something we think can be accommodated in the instructional guide. I would just ask that we link to, or let teachers know in the standards, we add a sentence somewhere that says that we'll be fleshing out some exemplars and examples of text complexity in these various grades in the IGs, just so folks who don't see it there are aware that it does exist. The second thing I'd love to see in the IG is the vertical progression of the anchor. So I say anchor standards, and they're not listed as such in these standards, but anchor standards are like the big overarching standard. It's not all of the sub-standards underneath. But if we had the vertical progression of what I call anchor standards, I think that would be really helpful for teachers. So then you see like how a standard reads in second grade, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. So you can actually see how it develops across the grade levels. And it makes more sense for teachers to be able to see how they're building on that standard as kids get older. And I think that just teachers seeing a vertical progression of anchor standards will be hugely helpful for them to see how the whole picture fits together. And then the third thing I'd like to see in the IG, again, it can be an appendix, it can be wherever you guys think it makes sense, but is a disciplinary standards. And so this is another way that states kind of stand out from the pack nationally, is they take one more step and they say, you know what? There are certain specific requirements that kids need in order to read history and social studies and science and technical materials. And they're different than what we'd expect in an ELA class, but they're relevant to basically specialized knowledge and skills that are relevant to subject areas. And they tie into our college and career readiness standards, right? Because we want kids to have certain pathways. So you have to read technical materials in engineering, or you have to, it's more specialized knowledge relative to a career that you might choose. And that's what I'm asking to be also included in the instructional guide. And several states do it. We would, you could use that guidance pretty easily. Now I'll move quickly. I don't want to, take everyone's time here, but two things that I'd like to see actually in the standards themselves, and I'll make my case here with the board. We talked about adding cursive back, right, when our peer was here, and that was really important to him. And I think one thing we've also lost in this set of standards is memorizing. And I know that might sound a little archaic, but and Mark Bauerlein was one of the commenters that we got late in the game. He is English professor emeritus at Emory University. He has gone around and tried to, get many states to listen to him about this, and I think he makes a very good point. But when kids memorize, it really serves three purposes, as he explains it. They basically train their memory, which is a muscle that we need to train and get better in terms of memorizing. That's also helpful for math skills, obviously, and a number of other subject areas. They also prepares them for public speaking, which is a huge deal. We hear employers say we want kids to be able to shake my hand and, look me in the eye. And so it helps with public speaking. And it also immerses them in basically different dialects and tones, right, when they're having to memorize. And I don't know about you guys, but I had to memorize a little passage from Shakespeare in high school that I have since forgotten, but I didn't know for many years. And so I would it's very simple. And as Dr. Bauerlein explained, it can even be something like memorize and recite a passage from a classic poem, play, or speech. And that gives teachers plenty of flexibility to decide, okay, what little passage do we want them memorizing? And again, he advocates for every grade, 6 through 12. I'm not even going to go that far. Maybe we could do it in 6, 8, 10, and 12. Maybe we could go every other year. But this discipline of learning to memorize, I think, is critical. I've seen kids, they're so proud of themselves when they can memorize something. And they just kind of, boast when they can do it. And so for me, it's also a way to just build them up as they memorize. And it's just kind of a neat skill, I think, for kids to have. So that's one thing I'm going to advocate for. And the second thing, and this will be my last thing that I blather on about, is I'd like to see in the number 9 on our guiding principles, we talk about exposing students to a wide variety of genres, authors, and great works prior to graduation, which I think is spot on. And the only sort of technicality that I think I'd add there is that we need those to actually be from periods and movements of our history. So in other words, we don't want them just pulling out any genre, any author, any great work. So we'd like them tied in. So maybe one teacher will say, okay, you're going to read something from the Harlem Renaissance. Another teacher might say, okay, we're going to do the Jazz Age, or we're going to do the colonial period, but they actually get to read texts that are a part of a historical period of time as opposed to just having it from wherever. And then they get a better sense of that historical time period when they're actually reading material that have come out of that time period and been written out of that time period. And they actually get a better understanding of the knowledge. So that also ties into content knowledge, which is something else we're trying to build. So that was a lot. So I'll stop there and see if folks are, how they're feeling about that.
Comments? Miss Ashton?
I was listening very intently to everything you said. And what I heard you say is the standards are strong. We've taken in feedback, and a lot of your comments were really around the support and the technical guidance, which everything you said, I think makes a lot of sense. But I want to echo just appreciation for the team and for Dr. Northam for going through so thoroughly, incorporating the feedback. I was able to participate in some of the listening sessions, and the general sense is support with how do we make sure this works for teachers, divisions, et cetera. So I just want to say thank you, and let's move forward.
Other comments? Ms. Holton?
I first, I have a response to Dr. Northam and then a separate matter I'd like to ask the staff. But with Dr. Northam, I love the idea of adding memorizing. I'd love to hear from staff any thoughts they may have on that, and what grade levels and how often should we mandate it? You know, middle school and high school makes sense, but more detail. And then on the guiding principles thing, I'm vigorously looking for the place where, but can you give us, do you have a language proposal, or is that too hard to?
7. And let's see, what could this language, it could say, to expose students a wide variety of genres, authors, and great works prior to graduation in periods of American history. Could even say something like that. So it's tied to a time period in our history. So it's not just, so they get a better understanding of a period of history a little deeper from the literature rising out of that area.
Could it be a friendly amendment to take out the word American?
Can be British.
Because,
Yep.
you know, well, but also, I mean, what our high school students, for instance, study, they study world history and American history and et cetera. So, yeah, is there a friendly amendment there that would help meet your need?
I think so. I mean,
Periods and movements
periods and movements.
from history.
Yes, there you go.
Not our history,
That's right.
not defining
Yep.
who is our,
That's right.
not getting
That's fine.
into,
Is if it ties into the course, I think that makes a lot of sense.
or ties into, well, the course, you don't mean the course, because the course is the
Well, if
English
it's
course.
American history, then it would be a period of American history. I mean, if
Well,
it's
but in other words,
American
isn't it-
literature, I'm sorry.
But isn't, from
Can you say that one more
related
time?
periods of history, meaning related to the subject of the course.
That's right. Like if you're teaching American literature, then you would want those works to come out of a period of history in why
Periods
you're
and
teaching American literature.
Periods and movements of history related to the subject of the course. And maybe staff can help with
Yes.
wordsmithing too.
Or
Uh,
time periods tied to major works by genre. I mean,
Excuse me. I think what we would preferably like to do here is work this out before we're kind of just iterating on the fly. So I think that we have the team is here to capture the general idea. I'm not so sure we need to wordsmith for the team. So if the team is sufficiently aware of what's been requested, unless you guys need some clarity, and we can certainly do that post presentation. But at this point, I'd like to just ask that we don't wordsmith in the middle of this. Thank you.
So
Ms. Holton.
just, you absolutely make sense. I do think hearing from staff, their general thoughts on Dr. Northern's suggestions today that may inform our discussion, and then they can come up with some words overnight for us to add in tomorrow and get this thing done, if that makes sense.
And, you know, that I would just allow Dr. Coons to make the decision as to whether she wants her team to be put on the spot in that regard. So, please. So there have been processes in place before. I prefer to streamline this process a little bit calmer and gentler than our last process that we had a lot of on the dais editing. So that's pretty much why my request is that we do this, give the team our general suggestions here without wordsmithing, allow them to do their job, provide them with the big overarching comment, and then allow them to go from there. It makes what we're doing up here easier. And frankly, you know, we don't do their jobs for them. That's why we hire them. That's why they're professionals. That's why we give them the autonomy to do their work. And so we support them in that. And I would just make that suggestion that we move in that direction. Ms. Holton?
But am I right? It is staff needs to hear.
Oh,
our
absolutely. It's
guidance
useful.
Today, because the goal is to finalize these tomorrow, so they can do all that implementation work before September. So I've voiced my support clearly for the concept of memorization, but if other board members are on board with that, and I will say my support for memorization is contingent on hearing staff's expertise on that subject.
Michelle, would you like to jump in on that?
So I would defer on the memorization part because that is more English background on the English experts for that. And I mean, we do have in standard 9 or principle 9 is what you were talking about. Is that correct?
Oh, that's not on the memorization issue. That was
Right, on the time periods.
on the time periods, right?
Okay, that was number 9.
That's right.
Because number 9 does reference across cultures, errors, and viewpoints. And then the last sentence
That's sufficient.
states Homer and Shakespeare, as well as masterpieces from different genres, culture, geography, and time periods. So you're asking for a more explicit statement there?
If you look at the comments of Dr. Bauerlein, he actually gives you very specific wording for each of the grade periods. So in some cases, you might just choose 2 periods, and then in another, like the first year, you might just choose 1 period. In 6th grade, 7th grade, you might choose 2 periods. He just give you a little bit more, and he also provides a list of the errors, various errors that teachers could choose from if they wanted to use those errors.
I'd like to push back on that just a little bit because I do believe that number 9 sufficiently covers what you're talking about. I do strongly believe in the autonomy of the teacher in the classroom. They need to be choosing what they feel works best. That could be from one class period of the same grade level of kids. It could be different. I could have a particular class that could do really well with this work, but not with this work that period 3 could. And so I am just strongly in favor of providing our local school divisions, our schools, and our teachers the autonomy of choice in that regard. And I think that our standards are supposed to be directive to some degree, but not super specifically.
So the only thing that I'll just to respond to that is this is why the text exemplars are going to be so important. And I'm totally on board with you if we're agreeing that we will put the text exemplars in the IG, because what happens is exactly what you're saying, which is that some teachers choose a really low level, like grade 2 exemplar for a grade 8 kid, and they're not getting the same challenge that the kids in the lower grades. So if we give them all of this freedom without any guidance of what a strong text exemplar looks like at that grade level, then sometimes it backfires where we have kids that are exposed to a lot lower standards, often in schools that already have low standards, and the kids that, are already in some better school or whatever you want to call it are getting exposed to a very higher caliber of text. So I'm totally fine with that if we want to let sleeping dogs lie, but I will just push on the exemplars and the IG.
Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I feel like what we have in guiding principle 9 seems to me to be important and aspirational. And I agree. I think we're trying to balance two things here. If we try to put in everything we think is important, we wind up with a Noah's Ark problem. And people are like, and we get into this game of, well, what about this and what about that? We don't have a statewide list. And at the same time, we do want to raise the aspiration because there is a lot of concern about sort of the level of quality and, you know, the level, how rigorous and rich text kids are reading in middle school and high school. And I think we want to empower people in the local community, if that's not happening, to be able to say, hey, we had a higher expectation of this. We're talking about masterpieces. We're talking about across different genres and cultures and geographies. You're not doing that. You're too narrow. But I worry if we sort of start to get down into each of these little things, we're just going to put ourselves into a thicket. And aspirational standards, all the stuff that's going to be in the instructional guides, which is really then important for educators. And then we have the same problem on history with people like, well, we don't want an instructional guide, let's elevate to the standards. And the standards then become ever expansive. And so I think I am in general agreement with my colleague, but I think we want to be very careful how we structure this and what we expect for the role of local communities to actually make those high standards a real thing by demanding them.
With Dr. Coons's permission, Dr. Noguera, can you address whether or not Dr. Northern's suggestion about the historical eras piece, can that be accommodated in the instructional guides along the lines of examples about text complexity? And while we're at it, can you do you have any wisdom for us from your expertise about memorization?
Of course. Okay. Oh, yes, sorry, official. So if you're looking at least in the high school materials, you'll see that the bodies of literature are world literature, American literature, and British literature, and they're interchangeable based on local division decision as to when they address those standards. So there is an opportunity in looking at the high school standards for teachers to select texts or have exemplars that align with those bodies of literature that could be in the instructional guides that would help determine, here are some exemplars for each of those bodies of literature. But like I said, it would be over the span of 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. That's answer number one. And I do think that there is a place, if the board so chooses to move forward with memorization, that we do have a whole communication strand where we have a subsection on listening and speaking, where I think that that could be addressed if that is what the board would like us to move forward with.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Based on that, I would encourage the department to address the second concern as part of the instructional guides, but that the first one I'd like to see some language tomorrow that would incorporate memorization into the communication standards.
Is everybody in agreement with that or no? Okay. Does that provide you all significant understanding, guidance, clarity? Can we do anything else?
So
Dr. Coons.
So you're asking us to move forward with some language around the communications that add a bit of an indicator around memorization
Yes.
for an amendment to adapt tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Madam President, on a separate matter.
Ms. Holton.
So I'd love to hear, first of all, yes, absolutely. Congratulations on great work. I think the overall response we've gotten on these standards has been very positive. Frankly, the only thing I heard in the session I participated in and what I've seen is folks worried about implementation, but I get why we're rushing implementation on this one, because it makes sense to do, and it's not really rushed on this one. This one's the one that's in the regular rotation. It's others that have been, it's the math that's come in over top of this, but recognizing that implementation is going to be challenging. I have a couple of questions on that topic. And one is that essentially I'm not so worried about textbooks for most of this, because the core curriculum guides we've adopted or approved already for VLA kind of takes care of that for elementary school. But for middle school in particular, it's my understanding there is no core curriculum, but that there will be at some point supplemental and intervention curriculum. And it would seem to me that it would be really important to have those materials in place, and we haven't seen them yet. So can you give me some assurance that we're going to be able to address that? Or can Dr. Coons give me some assurance that we're going to be able to address that in timely fashion? And I'll just go ahead and include my other, while I'm at it, the two others. We talked in earlier meetings about having some additional opportunity for school divisions who are currently using evidence-based practices in the as their core materials in elementary school, that for whatever reason didn't make the cut through the UVA process, but that there's some argument should be included. And Dr. Coons, you had suggested you were going to work to create an appeals process, and I understand there may be some glitch with that, but is there going to be some opportunity for school divisions currently using, I think we heard Roanoke and others are currently using something that they think meets our evidence-based standards? Is there going to be an opportunity for their needs to be met such that they don't have to be disrupted? And then I'll do my third one and get them all out on the table. Test cut scores, I see about our work plan, proposed work plan that we got a couple of weeks ago, are not going to be set until mid-January of 25 for the tests that will be given in June of 25. In my higher ed world, we have very few requirements as faculty members, but one is that I give my students a syllabus with my grading rubric and my grading scale up front at the beginning of the class. So but it may be that this is our normal process, that cut scores don't get decided until midway through the applicable school year. That seems a little difficult, but anyway, can you address when our cut score is going to be set, and is that sufficient time for schools to respond to them?
Sure. So first, I'm going to talk about the textbooks. Obviously, if you vote to approve the ELA standards tomorrow, Michelle and I have already talked about communication that's going on Monday after the holiday, to make sure that we are moving rapidly to that space. As you and I have spoken, and we have spoken to multiple superintendents, and I see JT and school boards out in the audience. It is important to get textbooks out while they still have dollars in the ESSER kind of coffers to make sure that happens. So we are going to move as quickly as possible and have every intention of moving forward with the 612 adoption process.
And that includes the intervention and supplemental materials.
The intervention and supplemental materials that are required for the Virginia Literacy Act are under contract with UVA and VLP partnership. You will see some waves of materials come tomorrow. We wanted those to come immediately in waves. And so Dr. Solari and her team are bringing waves of them as they become available, as their team are reviewing them, to make sure we can give as many resources to school divisions as quickly as possible. So you're going to see the first wave in your conversation. Is it tomorrow? Tomorrow. And then you'll see another wave as we go through the next several months to make sure that we are giving school divisions resources that are approved as they're working towards their plans on
But the middle school
implementation.
ones in particular,
Yep.
the ones we're seeing tomorrow is just elementary.
They are
Middle
part,
school
they
will
are
be in
part,
place in time.
they are part of the waves coming from Dr. Solari. She is under contract to work through the implementation, are the approval of the intervention and supplemental materials.
And they'll be there in time.
I will definitely take that feedback back and your concerns to her in our check-in next week to make sure that she knows that you are concerned about the middle school things being there and on time. That's textbooks. And then you asked about materials and the appeals process the board asked me to put in place in December. In my conversation with our attorney, we are working through the VLA language to make sure that we can provide support to school divisions who got ahead of the textbook process, but also make sure that we are in line with the Virginia Literacy Act. We are working closely with Delegate Coiner, closely with the attorneys to make sure we can support the school divisions making good decisions on materials, and we'll stay in close communication with those school divisions on how to support them and the publishers in that place. And then third, we are following the normal proficiency cut score process. And this is the normal process that we go through in that process. I was looking to see if there are any assessment folks here today. Katie is here, but we are going through the normal proficiency cut score process and working with both Pearson and the timelines that we use.
Thank you.
Anything else here? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Would you all, I'm gonna ask the board what they want to do here. Do you want to take a quick break? Oh, okay, yes. Can we take about a 5-minute break here, please? And then we'll come back and go with item B.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks for your questions and clarification. I really do think.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have that go ahead yet, but. Okay, and we're back. And so we are moving into item B, presentation. And I need to pull my presentation up. All right. Chad and Ann, you wanna, I will actually take a couple of these first slides, before Chad and Ann begin, but as we go into this presentation, I did just want to, thank Chad and Ann for their endless work, hard work, probably, curse me every now and then, because I know that we have all kind of iterated on so many of these things and said, well, let's look at this and let's take it this way. And who wants to, what does this look like? And what does that look like? And so we just so appreciate your work and your flexibility, and how much you all have accommodated us and sometimes our up and downs here. So we appreciate you very much. Just know that. So what I'd just like to do is look at slide number 2 here, which is our guiding principles for this work. And all of you who have been on the board or have been following for the public's viewing here, this process we began back in late summer of 22, early fall of 22, talking about how we would move, or really what we could do with an accreditation system that was really not transparent. Wasn't really getting to high expectations for kids. And so obviously our North Star and everything that we've always talked about when we've had these conversations about this work has been high expectations for all students. So no matter what student group we might be talking about, every student deserves to have expectations high so that they can do their very best in our systems across the state. Obviously, transparency and access to information has been an extremely critical piece of how we sort of have grounded ourselves in this process. We've talked over and over again about the lack of transparency in the current process and how much we need for parents and families, as well as schools and school divisions across the state, teachers, all of our stakeholders that are involved in our communities and in our system of education across the state need to be able to access the information that shows them how their school, their local school or schools around them are doing as far as ensuring student achievement. And so obviously in that vein, we've looked very systematically at how we talk about the growth of every student versus proficiency and mastery, what those things need to look like, how important they are to a student's achievement and their success in our schools. And then at that same time, allowing for students and parents and teachers that transparency and that those expectations to continue to build a system of trust, a real system of trust between stakeholders, schools, and what we want as a state for our students to come out of our school divisions with, as far as their achievement and for success in their future life, whatever that may hold for them. And then finally, as we've all seen in our listening sessions and in our continuous discussions, meeting to meeting, and then, in some cases in between, our stakeholder input in this process is crucial. We're getting ready to take on our second round of listening sessions on the change to our accountability accreditation system. And we're always excited to not only go out and hear what stakeholders across the state have to say about this process and what our ideas are for this work as a board, but also to really lean in on what those stakeholders are saying to us during that process and really bringing it back to us as a board to have really rich conversations around what the input that's been provided to us looks like. How can we fit that input into our process? And so that's obviously extremely critical here. In our slide number 3, you guys can clearly see this was part of our listening session number 1 series. I think we should call it a listening session series. So series
Series of
1,
series.
a series of series. Listening session 1, we showed this timeline. And this just reminds everyone of the specific actions that the board has taken as we are moving to the full implementation of a new accountability system. So that is there for you to just remind you about where we've been and where the direction that we intend on moving as we go down this road. So to sort of drive our conversations today, we want to focus on decisions for regulations. So you see here that we want to create an accountability framework that focuses on school performance and supports. We want to key in on mastery index, readiness, growth, our English language progress, and then graduation measures. And I know, that we have all had these continuous conversations around these components for months on months, and we need to come to some decision points here to move this discussion down the road. The second piece here is that our accreditation system, we want to shift to a focus on operational compliance as the accreditation piece. And then align division and school support systems to one particular set of requirements. In April, you'll see we'll have some decision points for the state ESSA plan that define measures within that school performance framework. You see those specific indicators. And then secondly, framework and name the performance categories for summative measure. We'll do the weights of mastery index and finalize our school identification components there. But the big thing here is that our regulations are guiding this development of the state ESSA plan. And that's where we've really got to focus our intentions. So maybe I'm going past where I want to go. I think I want to now give this over to Chad and Ann about maybe some more of that. What you guys as the external pieces can kind of summarize as far as what you've heard us discuss over the months and how you've taken that information, analyzed it, and then formulated sort of what we see today.
Thank you, Chair Creasy. Thank you, board. This is important work, and so we appreciate your patience along through it. I'm going to try to talk through which slides we're on as we go forth. I'm going to start and give an overview of the current system and how the new system changes at the high level. And then my colleague Ann Heislop is going to talk through the specific components of the draft regulations and how it sets up a performance framework that can then be refined and developed over time as well. So we're going to move into the background section on slide 7. I'm going to talk through a little bit about the current system. We created this deliberately as a Venn diagram. There are 2 different components of the current system. There's an accountability system which Virginia has an ESSA state plan. ESSA is the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is a federal law that every state has to have a plan to identify low-performing schools. And then there's other components for school improvement activities. There's also money that flows to those schools as well. For that system, Virginia has a plan, and it uses things like reading and math proficiency, graduation, chronic absenteeism, very similar components as are what in the accreditation system. What we at the state have a state accreditation system. What the accreditation system has slightly different indicators. There's some overlap, but they're not perfect overlap. It uses a combined rate for reading and mathematics, which combines proficiency and growth. So rather than having them separate and being able to tell which school is doing a good job helping students reach proficiency or mastery on a given topic and which schools are helping students grow in that subject, it combines it. And so it's really hard to tell the difference across different types of schools. It also uses different components of things like the graduation rate measure. It uses the measure that we're going to talk more about that's not necessarily federally compliant. So we're going to talk through how we can get to one unified system that is both federally compliant, but then also accomplishes other state goals as well. The other thing to note about this slide is that it results in two different identification systems. So we have the federal system that has to identify what are called comprehensive support schools, which are the lowest performing 5% of schools or more in the state, as well as low graduation rate schools, as well as what are called targeted support schools. Those are schools with large achievement gaps within the school. So Virginia has to identify those schools, and then it has federal requirements about what has to happen in those schools. Separately, we have the accreditation system, which leads to identification as well of accredited and with conditions. And theoretically, we have denied, but we haven't denied a school accreditation in a while now. All right, so if you go on to next slide, is slide 8. This is the results of the accreditation system. It's operating as an accountability system. So it's giving us information, but it's not necessarily differentiating across different types of schools. And so these are the results of the last few years. We've talked briefly in this meeting and in other meetings past of the performance necessarily has declined, and it's not necessarily being picked up in the accreditation system as it exists right now. It's also complex and it's not very transparent. I mentioned the combined rate already, but it masks the percentage, and two schools that actually are performing very differently look similar on the accreditation system. So our goals for this is
Chad,
outlined in
Can I
slide 9.
get you
Yeah.
just to stop 1 second?
Yep.
I'd like for you to really give us a good example of that. So give us the hardcore facts there. So what does this school A look like and school B look like? Their example data that then is totally different, but gives them the same outcome.
Yeah, I don't have it in the slides today, but I can give you a broad outlines. We've presented this in other past materials. And so what the combined rate does is it says, is the student proficient? And let's say, so first, is the student proficient? And then it says, if they're not proficient, are they making sufficient growth in that year? And then if they're not proficient and not making sufficient growth, are they an English learner that's also making progress on English language? So all of those things get added up together into one combined rate. And so a school, let's say there's two schools with a 90% combined rate. One school might have 90% of their students at proficiency. Another school that's also at 90% in the combined rate has 50% of their students proficient, but they're getting to that 90% in different ways and is not transparently reported about how they're getting to those same ratings.
Thank you. I just wanted us to reiterate that as part of this conversation.
It's an important distinction also because we're going to talk about achievement, proficiency, mastery, as opposed to growth. And what we're going to propose in the new system is to clearly separate out those two so that anyone can look up how a school is doing and helping students reach mastery versus how it's doing and helping students grow year to year as well. So we need to separate the system. And so that is the slide 9 is talking about the goals of what we're trying to accomplish with this process. On the left, we're hoping to set up a framework for a Virginia performance system that will use student outcomes, rely on student outcomes that are how students are doing on reading, math, graduation rates, et cetera. It will be aligned to federal requirements, so there'll be only one system. It will identify schools for support and also provide a summative measure that differentiates across schools in a better way than what the accreditation system is doing right now. Separately, we will continue to have the accreditation system. That's not going to go away. That is in state law and state code, and so we will still have it. It will be more focused on inputs, which are part of state law already, around operational compliance. And does the school have licensed teachers? Or they have a summer program? Other components of operating the basics of what a school has. what we're proposing is that these will feed in together, but they will also be separate. So there will be clear, transparent overview of school performance as well as an accreditation system that encompasses that. All right, so slide 10 talks a little bit about what we've talked about the framework of, I'll pause, yeah.
Before we move on, I just wanted to make sure everybody is
Yeah.
here and present on this. And if you have questions right now, let's go ahead and hammer them out before we move into the next section. Does anybody have questions right now as we're talking about these things? First couple of slides. Dr. Northern.
I mean, Chad, will you be showing us later how they align, how they work together?
Yeah, we'll be
Yeah.
talking about that more in terms of how they feed together and align. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
But I think, Madam President, we
Sure.
should be clear, we are bifurcating for a reason. Accreditation, taking the school's accreditation away is a big thing. And in some cases, it clearly should happen, but that's not something, if we're trying to create a system that's more transparent, more, year to year, we've all seen the data on, the big drops we have that aren't really reflecting the accreditation system. That's why we have to, so I just want to make sure we don't, as I understand it, oversell that these things are, because they will look different in the end, and people shouldn't be confused by that. I think I worry when we say they're going to be sort of hand in glove or aligned, people will be like, well, wait, the accountability system saying this, the accreditation system saying that, and that's actually by design. That's not a flaw, that's a feature. Because right now we can't be responsive and transparent tied to accreditation.
Dr. Coons.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, we are separating accreditation and the school performance and support. But it gets confusing because we're combining the federal pieces and the state pieces together. So while we're separating accreditation and talking about accreditation and taking accreditation and compliance away, we are taking the federal piece and the state piece around outcomes for students and putting those together. So while we're separating things, we're putting things together to create clarity. Yes, yep,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah, our hope is that all schools can be fully accredited. That, I think that is the expectation in state law. That's what legislators want. We want schools to offer the basics. The performance framework system would allow for some differentiation, so we know more about school quality and doesn't take as many high stakes attaches to the accreditation system. So slide 10 goes into sort of the framework or the bones of the architecture of the new system. And what we're going to talk about a little bit today is what those look like and how they are combined into one system. We've presented on this in August and September. At the September board meeting, the board voted to move forward on the development of regulations. That's why we came to this process. That's why we had the stakeholder conversations in November, December, and why we're going to have more rounds of it. We've settled on at least 3 measures of achievement measured through a mastery index, growth measured through the VIVAS system, and readiness. And those will be the base components. The board has flexibility to add additional components as well. We're also going to talk about how those are weighted, and the regulation gives some flexibility for the board to make changes based on new assessments or other things that get folded in. And we've also said that these will lead to some sort of summative rating. We haven't decided what that will be, but it will lead to a clear, transparent differentiation across schools.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fulton.
Before we move on from slide 10, I see you've listed VIVAS there, and VIVAS may be the best thing we've got to date, but these regulations hopefully are going to be in place for a long time to come. And there's some suggestion that through the new assessment contract, we might have more options on assessment. So do we mean to be wedding ourselves to VIVAS, or is that just the best thing we've got right now?
So VIVAS is not in the regulations. We would not put that in the definitions for growth. What the regulations just say is growth on the standards of learning tests from year over year. So student growth on those tests.
What do we need to be committing to SOL tests because we might have an alternative growth assessment that's not the SOL test, right?
I think the goal is the summative test. So it's the type of growth, which is year over year. VBOS is the only place that does year over year expected growth at this point in time, to your point. But I think the definition of having VBOSA under there is telling you it's the type of growth. It's not the formative growth that we use for instructional feedback. This growth is, did I meet my expected growth at my end of year summative assessment? So the word growth there, good feedback, we should probably use expected growth there and talk about it as expected growth in our EduWonk space. That VBOS kind of means expected growth, which is that year over year growth on my end of year summative required federal test. Do I meet my expected growth or not? And am I growing as much as I should?
So I mean, lots more to talk about in the regs, but I would love it if the regs were flexible enough to accommodate growth measures such as a PALS or a MAP or something that we might someday contract for that we don't currently have, but that's not necessarily, there might be growth measures that aren't necessarily tied to the SOLs so directly. And so and there is language in one place I see in the regs gives us flexibility on that, and another place ties it to the SOLs. And I wonder if we need to do that.
I want to reiterate that a MAP growth or a PALS growth is a formative growth. It is a different type of psychometric analysis that talks about, is the student making instructional progress, and is designed to give feedback to the classroom. This growth that the board chose to move forward with is an expected growth using a summative assessment from a year over year to space. And that is the direction the board asked us to move forward. So in vernacular, we talk about growth as similar things. The growth that the board decided to move forward with is a year over year expected growth model, not a formative growth model, which gives instructional feedback to the classroom, which are products like NWA MAP, products like PALS, which are designed to give the teacher feedback on real time on where the student is today in progress and help the teacher make instructional moves to support that child to move forward. Those are different types of growth. They're fundamentally measured and move differently. I do believe, and I would lean in on Ann to talk about the flexibility of a summative expected growth measure in the regs, because she is the expert on that. But the intent of the word growth is not an instructional feedback formative measure, but is the child making growth year over year?
I'm all for the year over year part in terms of what kinds of growth measures. I would hope that what we write into the regs gives us maximum flexibility. And I don't think it does as currently written.
And Ms. Holden, are you saying maximum flexibility for the state in terms of what we want to adopt, or maximum flexibility for school divisions in
State.
terms of what they, okay.
What we use, maximum flexibility
Okay.
for what we use over the next 10 or 20
Right,
years
right.
that these
Okay.
regs are in effect.
Hey, Anne, can you jump in here?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we know has to be true of any growth measures is that in order to be able to blend our systems, to have not a separate state system and a separate federal system, is that any measure we use, growth included, has to be a statewide measure. So every division in the state has to use the same calculations, the same assessments into that. And so that was part of the reason why we particularly looked at the summative end of year. Also, to that point of, we want to be sure we're making growth to something, growth to proficiency. The summative assessments are what measures proficiency. There are other assessments that, measure different things. It might be a norm reference test, but it's not actually measuring that growth to a standard. And the third piece, I think, too, that we kept in mind, we didn't want it to be so specific that VBOS is the only possible measure. So the regs definitely have flexibility to use different types of growth measures, but we wanted to be sure that we weren't sort of putting in place growth measures that weren't really going to be rigorous in terms of being able to say, are students on track to meet the state standards? And we wanted to be sure it was an individual growth measure. And I think finally, the point too is thinking about when it comes to measuring growth, I think we just wanted to be like modeling the language so that you all could make choices over time there's still a lot of decisions to be made down the road, I think, as you made that point in the S estate plan conversations, but that this is sort of the base framework. And we also heard a lot from stakeholders in our prior listening sessions about, we don't want a growth measure to lead to more testing. So we also wanted to be sure that we were not necessarily creating a bigger testing burden for divisions and schools either. And so all of those factors played into the language that we chose. But if there, are, obviously there could be improvements on this, but that was our goal, is thinking about how can we measure growth in an authentic way, growth to proficiency, in a way that's consistent statewide, not increasing testing burden, but still giving the board sufficient flexibility over time as measures improve.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Holton.
Thank you, Ann. I would love to see us someday, sooner rather than later, get to a growth, an authentic growth measure that helps, especially throughout the elementary years, helps reward and encourage and incentivize growth for all grades. Obviously, currently, we're only able to do 4th and 5th. I know you all are working to try to figure out how to jigger in 3rd grade, but our whole testing contract is up. So these regs are going to be in place with a new testing system in place, hopefully within a couple of years. Shouldn't we be writing the regs flexibly enough that if 5 years from now we have a testing measure, a growth testing measure is implementable statewide for K through 5, we can use it without having to go back and rewrite that?
I think we should probably hold this part of your question until we get further down the road to
thanks.
talk about the
Happy to.
regs. Dr. Northern?
I was just going to say, and this is for a later conversation, but we have talked about with Ms. Conway before about having, using vowels to use on track to read by 3rd grade. And Dr. Coons and I also talked about the feasibility of looking into that. It was Conway as well. So using vowels like other states use to say you were off track and now you're on track, but that's another conversation for elementary readiness. But I think it addresses some of what you're concerned about.
And I would just have us take those pieces of thought that we're not addressing today and in these conversations for this board meeting, keep those in your thought processes when we start doing those specifics of this framework. So I want to make sure that we stay very narrow here on what today's topics are, what our decision points as we move through this meeting are. So just let's try to stay there. Anne?
So I hear you on that. As I understand it, the department is asking us to vote tomorrow, and we'll talk about that timing, but vote tomorrow on the proposed regs and on weighting indices, specific weights. And if we adopt the proposed regs as written, it would exclude the vowels, I think.
No.
So that's what we need. I need to know the answer to that
Chad?
one way or the other before we vote on the regs.
The answer is no, it would not exclude
Good.
adding new measures over time. It does not include a specific vendor. It is very flexible on how it can be measured. So all it says is that the new framework includes growth on the state test.
Well,
It
but
does
that's,
not say that it is only limited to that. And
But
it is
it
not
does say-
measured on a specific test. So if the board
Okay,
chose
let's
that
talk
route-
about the specifics of this regulation when we get to that piece, please.
okay. I do think it says SOL tests, growth on SOL tests in at least one place in the regulatory language. So when we get to that, if you'll help me remember.
Yes,
Thanks.
the growth measure does measure year-over-year growth on the state tests.
And
That
so
is
that
correct.
would exclude using the PALs or the vowels.
Not as additional measure. It could include additional.
Well, but
measure.
not as the growth measure that is mandated to be weighted in the weighting system. So
The vowels and the PALs is sunsetting this year. Vowels done by Emily Solari at UVA, and who we are contracted with is a state assessment.
so
It is a state assessment.
So I don't want to have it be just an additional indicator. It is something we should be able to consider to be used as the growth measure. At least that the regs ought to give us enough flexibility.
And I think Chad just said, it's a state assessment, which gives us the flexibility that you were asking
Yeah,
for.
and when we get to that language, I've got some specifics that I think will help clarify that. So thank you.
So I'll try to keep us moving forward real quick on the indicators. What it says in the reg is, we're going to go to slide 11 and go quickly through the indicators it mentions in the reg of these will be at least the foundation of the new framework. The first is a mastery index to measure achievement and performance. It does not set specific weights, but we've included some examples of how a mastery index works in other states. And what it does is it gives points for students who reach different performance thresholds and then calculates an overall score. If you go to slide 12, you can see how Ohio does this. We presented this before, but this is just an example of what that looks like. I can say that it recognizes performance at all different levels. It provides schools greater credit for students who move up through those levels. It is highly correlated with a straight proficiency rate, but because it gives schools extra credit for those different levels, it encourages schools to care about students at all performance levels. As I mentioned, the regulations as currently drafted include a mastery index as the measure of achievement, but it provides flexibility on defining the weights for different grades, for new assessments. As things change going forward, that would still be allowed for the board to have flexibility on. The next one is growth. We talked a little bit about this. I'm not going to go through it too much, except that it does have a growth measure. So that would be one of the components of the accountability system. The board could choose how to define it specifically. It could choose to add other measures as well. The last one is readiness. The last one, this is actually for K-12. And what we've talked about is to keep using chronic absenteeism. It is currently used in both the state accreditation system as well as the federal ESSA state plan. It's also inclusive of grades K2, which we're missing in other forms of indicators. And Virginia has made a big emphasis of this. We know from Virginia tests that students who miss time from school tend to perform less. So it makes sense to keep it as an emphasis. And we can talk about how much to weight to give it in the system. Next slide, slide 15, goes through some options for the different readiness components in the schools. I'll pause. Is there a question?
If I had a question as to the mastery index, should I do it now or should I save it?
Go ahead.
So thank you, Chad. Moving back to the mastery index, am I right that the proposed mastery indices, I think at all grade bands, but certainly at elementary, are going to be an average of English, ELA, and math and science, or some combination of those three?
That's right. Yep.
And how are we going to combine those three? Are they going to have equal weight?
That would be a decision point for the ESSA state plan. So that would be something that we could decide at a later point in time. The regulation doesn't get into that level of specificity.
And but the mastery index would be a single number for each elementary school that is somehow a summation of, unlike our current system, which breaks out literacy and math and science separately.
Well, there's also a reporting element to it as well. So that would still be reported, but it might be rolled into one mastery index for purposes of the school performance framework.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and currently we don't weight science. So right now we weight math and literacy. You're adding in the science weight, or this would add in the science in whatever weight we decide to give it.
It's currently in the accreditation system, so it wouldn't be an entirely new thing for schools. Yeah, so it's included in accreditation. It would not be a new indicator for schools.
It's not one of the indicators, I don't think.
It's folded into the combined rate at the moment.
It is? Okay.
Do you want to answer this?
No, that's all right. I don't need to hang us up on that.
Science proficiency is measured for accreditation, but it is not part of the federal system. So it's not a combined rate, it's just straight up science proficiency as its own indicator.
All right, I'm going to move us along to graduation rate is more specific about graduation rate in the reg. It does say that the new school performance framework will use the four-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. It gives the board flexibility to add other graduation measures if it wants to. That is a requirement of federal plan, and so that would be something that would have to go forward. As I mentioned at the outset, the federal ESSA state plan of Virginia already includes it. The accreditation system uses a different plan called the Graduation Completion Index, which was not federally compliant. So we have it in the reg that the board could consider including it as well.
I think people are confused where you are because you went back to mastery.
Yep.
And then you skipped down to graduation. I'm seeing several people on the dais trying to figure out what slide you're on and
Yes.
whether or not they had questions back in the readiness section. So I just want to, could we pause for a minute and see where we are and make sure we're not moving too quickly for the board?
So I skipped over 15, partly because it is not specific to the reg. There are components that we have talked about of other ways to measure readiness that can be included that we can revisit in the ESSA state plan. I'm happy to go over those if folks would like to go them, or we can go for it.
That's not actually part of our decision point. I think that, maybe we can come back to that, but, or our decision points.
So the one I just talked about was slide 16 is on graduation rate. And that is called out in the regulation of the four-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. It's not a new measure for Virginia. It's been used in the federal system. But Virginia has in the past used an accreditation system, which has used the graduation completion index. And it's been a component for a long time, but it's not federally compliant. So to have one federally compliant system, we must include the four-year rate. We could also include the GCI if we would like to going forward.
Oh, mine's a clarifying, I think it would be useful as we walk through this to explain why is it not federally?
Yeah.
But can we step back even a little bit further? I think just for a little bit more clarification for not only the board, but also for the public. Can we talk a little bit more in depth about GCI, where we are now, what these cohorts mean? I think that if we're really focused on this transparency piece, I want to make sure that those who are watching us are really understanding what we're kind of parsing out here. So if you could take me back to seventh grade. And
Yes.
that-
Okay, so the federal four-year adjusted cohort rate is a federal requirement that all states have to track. So Virginia, by tracking it, has to be using the same definition as other states, and so it'd be directly comparable to other states. It's also transparent because it looks at students who start in a given ninth grade cohort and how many of them complete 4 years later. It's adjusted. So if someone transfers to another district, it subtracts them out of that original district's cohort. And similarly with someone who comes into the district, it adjusts for those as well. What it does not include are what I would potentially refer to as non-standard diplomas. So GEDs, as well as students who are not meeting IEP goals aligned to state standards. So if they're getting those types of diplomas, then they would not be counted in the four-year rate. The GCI, the Graduation Completion Index, Virginia created it. I don't know exactly when, but it's been in place for 20 years or so at least. And it's been a component of the accreditation system for that long as well. So it has a lot of roots in the state. It's not comparable to any other state. And like I said, it's not federally compliant. So to go to one accountability system, this would be something where we'd have to use the four-year rate.
Ms. Holton?
I'm a big fan of the Federal Graduation Index. I do think the uniformity of the Federal Graduation Index has been one of the biggest accomplishments of the No Child Left Behind forward at the federal level. So I understand the importance of it. And yet I do want to I do understand that a lot of our school divisions feel strongly about the GCI. And so I'm trying to understand the perspective on that. When you say that the feds require that we use the FGI, the feds require that we use the federal graduation rate for determining the 67, making sure that any high schools that aren't meeting the 67% threshold are targeted for comprehensive support. Do the feds mandate that we use it beyond that? Or they mandate that we report it, but do they mandate that we use it for accountability?
They do, and they have only approved states that are including it. They have not approved any state that is not including it in their
So
school
have we
identification
gotten
system.
our current system through for the last 20 years?
Because the federal ESSA plan includes it uses the 4-year
Because we
rate.
have both.
Yes, that's right.
We're currently using both,
that's
and
right.
that's how we do
Yeah.
it, okay? And you said that, just again, I want to understand, and I hope we hear at some point we have an opportunity to hear from those who care about the GCI. And I think Alan Siebert, our colleague, is one of them, and he's sent us some feedback that I'm sorry he's not here. I'm happy he's on a long planned vacation, but sorry he's not here to help us understand this. And I hope we hear from others who will help us understand why they care about the GCI and what we're losing. But you said it includes non-standard such as GEDs. Is that right? I thought it didn't include GEDs.
I believe it does include GEDs.
Low weight.
0.75.
Yeah, so the GCI includes both all three diploma types, advanced studies, standard diploma, as well as the applied studies diploma, but also various forms of high school completion, including GEDs. They're just given a very low weight. So if you're like, it's an index. So the highest weighted things in the index are things like the advanced studies diploma is the lowest weight. So it's giving schools some recognition for it. And then that federal rate, on the other hand, is only looking at students who are earning the standard and advanced studies diploma. The other difference between the two is that the GCI is not a cohort-based measure. So it could include, it's not looking at students who started in 9th grade and whether they graduated 4 years later. It also includes students in prior cohorts who maybe took extra time to get their whatever diploma or completion they got. So you have these extra rules where it's looking at students who were actually in different classes, which is different than the federal rate. So it's a unique Virginia measure. And I want to be clear that the regulations that are proposed do not preclude the GCI from being used. That is a decision that we will be, bringing back to the board for future meetings as we develop the ESSA plan. But the regulations do require the federal rate to be used so that we can have one unified system.
Mr.
And the federal-
Rotherham.
Well, let Ms. Hyslop, excuse me, we got too many ands, apologies. Let
many
Ms.
ands.
Ms. Holton finish grilling Ms. Hyslop.
Well, I hope this isn't grilling,
No,
but just to clarify that the regs require that the proposed regs require that the federal GCI be granted such and such a percentage of weight in the high school index.
correct.
And yet we could, in theory, add in as an additional indicator,
Correct.
the state GCI, which is
Yes.
sort of where we are now, that we've got both of them in there in some
Yes.
fashion. Okay,
And
gotcha.
Preview a little bit too, that is also related to federal requirements that require the federal graduation 4-year rate to
Right.
receive substantial weight in
Right.
any system.
Right. Okay.
I
thank
just want to flag for everyone in your handout packet online and for viewers online, this is handout 2. There's a large handout that explains the differences between federal graduation indicator, Virginia's current graduation completion index, and walks through those differences. So you board have that in your board packet, and the public has that as well on our website.
So a couple of things. First, credit, that's one, this sort of point of pride, credit where it's due. Mark Warner, when he was governor and head of the National Governors Association, was a leader in bringing the states along on this, agreeing to adopt a uniform graduation rate, because we did not have one. And so it was, every state had their own it was like a pre-SEC world of finance, you could say, before there was an SEC, you could say this is a bond, that is a bond. It was the exact same problem. So you had all these graduation rates, and he managed to corral the governors. And so that's important. Second, I was on the board when we did the graduation index. We can talk about sort of some of the policy decisions and trade-offs that the board faced. But I want to be clear, you said it counts for less. I think there's two different things, and I don't have it in front of me, so this is a genuine question, not a lawyer question. It's it's 0.75 for GEDs and 0.25 for certificates of completion. Okay, I think, and that's important because one of the policy choices, and I think that where this matters is the GED counting for 0.75 of a full diploma is one reason the feds don't recognize it, because there's no evidence that a GED completers on average have more in common with high school non-completers than they do with high school graduates. And so the 0.75 weight, the board had to make a policy decision, but there was a lot of debate about that because that 0.75 weight like substantially overweights. And so I think, and that just will bring me to my third point, that whole thing, if we could even have accountability for graduation, it has echoes of some of the debates that we're hearing around accountability now. Like is it even reasonable? There's all these, how can you possibly, we can't control whether or not kids graduate. Is it even reasonable to have accountability? How do we weight it? How are people going to feel if we don't give a lot of weight for a GED? We had some of these exact same conversations and did put it in accreditation, which was a significant step forward for the Commonwealth, and a credit to that board. But I think it's now, with what we know now, looking back, I think it is worth asking, does the GCI actually have the level of aspiration that we have for our students? And I think that's the question that confronts this board.
Thank you. Any more questions on this before we dive forward into all the regulatory fun? So I'm going to move us to slide 18, which is just, again, reiterating. I think we've all gotten this point about today. We're discussing a package of proposed regulations that create a new performance framework that is aligned with federal requirements, includes those key components we've already discussed around mastery, readiness, graduation rates, student growth. And we're shifting the accreditation system to be more about compliance and inputs. The two systems are interrelated, but right now our accountability and accreditation are basically one and the same. There's no distinction. The regulations are bifurcating that, and is also creating one unified support system. So rather than have a list of federally identified schools that get supports and a list of state identified schools that also should be getting supports, and the VDOE trying to manage that in the Office of School Quality, probably pulling their hair out because there are all these different timelines and different plans. There will be one system of supports. But there are a lot of decisions that are not in the regulations. This is just a framework. It's a skeleton. Come April and the coming months, we'll be putting the meat on the bones and getting really much more specific about how we calculate indicators, whether we want to think about including additional indicators that are not in the regulations, what the performance categories will be. All those conversations are going to be happening, but I'm going to try and keep us focused on what is locked in the regulations and talk about what sort of flexibilities y'all will have so that these regulations can last the test of time. So moving down to slide 19, again, this is sort of, we saw already our Venn diagram earlier about the current system. This is what we're hoping the new system will look like. On the left-hand side, we have a school performance system that is really focused on, for elementary, middle schools, growth, readiness, and achievement as measured by a mastery index. For high schools, really honing in again on mastery, but also adding in graduation and readiness for life beyond high school. That system will then, for public transparency, so that we're not in a place where 90% of schools are one thing and 10% of schools are the other, we'll have performance categories that are used just for reporting, but can really demonstrate the full breadth of school quality in a more authentic way. That system will also then be used to identify two groups of schools for supports. You have schools in comprehensive support, which are either have very low graduation rates or have whole school challenges, or they're identified for targeted support based on struggling performance among a particular student group. There will also be schools that are not identified. And then that system will determine support from the Office of School Quality, as well as federal and state resources, but particularly federal resources. On the right-hand side, there's now an accreditation system that is really measuring all of the required essential components within the standards of accreditation, not just student performance, but looking at school safety, looking at staffing, looking at graduation requirements, all the other important policies that are required. Those key inputs will be part of the accreditation system. And then schools will receive either a fully accredited, conditionally accredited, or could be accredited denied. And that is really focused around state statutory obligations compliance. On the next slide, the next several slides, beginning with slide 20, really try and talk about some of the existing challenges that you have identified with our current system, but also that stakeholders have identified, and how the proposed regulations would address that. So as we've said, right now, accreditation and accountability are the same thing. And because of that, current accreditation can't really show meaningful differentiation between schools. It doesn't get at that full spectrum of which schools are really hitting it out of the park and which schools are, okay, would send my kid there, but I'm not going to be like, this is the best school in the Commonwealth, and which schools are really struggling. We see schools that have a 50% reading proficiency rate and are fully accredited, as well as schools that have an 86% reading proficiency rate and are fully accredited. So we are trying to, in the new regulation, sort of bifurcate these purposes where we have a school performance framework that is able to communicate those real authentic differences in school quality, while accreditation is more focused on inputs and compliance with state statute. We also, as you have said, have two plans for school identification. We have two different lists of schools that are struggling and need support. It's very confusing for divisions to know what plan they have to submit by when, what they have to do for each of these improvement systems. And it's hard for the VDOE to manage that, and it's diffusing their time and attention in a way across two different systems. So this new proposed regulation would create one system that would have a single set of schools that receive support from both state and federal purposes. Any questions on this?
Dr. Northern. Thank you. So, and on slide where you have this great graphic, and we
Slide
have
19.
No identification, student group, school level. What are, do we know yet, what are the student groups? What will they be? Do we have those classified already? Is that something to be worked out?
So the regulations do list some groups that must be included,
Okay.
but it would not limit additional groups from being included in the future. Those groups that are listed are the ones that are in federal law. So major racial ethnic groups, students with disabilities, English learners, as well as students from low-income backgrounds.
Okay, thank you.
So I applaud the goal of trying to merge the federal and state targeted schools targeted for the most intensive support. But I do have some concerns. One is around how many, right now, I think we have close to 250 schools that are targeted under either comprehensive support or targeted support or additional targeted support. Under this new system, what are your projections about how many schools we're going to have in that status? And what capacity do we need in the Office of School Quality to manage those interventions with those schools?
I hear your question. I also know that you're jumping a couple slides ahead. So
You're gonna get to that.
so we'll get to that. I'm wondering if maybe we should cover that question when we
Okay.
talk about school identification more fully, but
Okay.
I will file it away.
Okay, thank you. And then my next related question is, under our current system, whatever, we do give one level, we give our neediest schools more intensive support, but there's also built into our current system a decent amount of mandated intervention from the state on, if you think of this as an A through F grading system, this is the F schools, but we have a certain amount of intervention now required of any school that's not at a level 1. So, the C and D schools at least are getting some kind of support now. mandated support. They have to do academic reviews if their math scores or their literacy scores aren't adequate. Far as I see this new system, there is no mandate for support beyond the most needy schools. And in particular, there's no mandate that requires those school divisions to comply with they all have, all 1,800 schools have to have a school improvement plan, but there's nothing for the middle level schools by way of intervention. Is that accurate?
Dr. Coons? Yeah, so right now we have 245 schools identified for federal accountability and 208 for state accreditation. They both have completely different sets of plans. They have to do two sets of
Yeah.
plans. If they're in both places, they have different plans, different supports, different structures, different funding mechanisms that are not tracked together and not coherent for schools. The intent is to merge those together. So I have one plan
Yeah.
with levels of support at a variety of levels, which allows the State Department to provide more support for all levels. And so I'll let Ann talk about how the regs state that, but right now we have two totally different
Yep.
systems running two totally different support frameworks, running two different levels of intensity, and no one able to truly support schools in a coherent or cohesive way. Because you have schools writing two plans. If they're in both accountability systems, you have schools requiring two different things and not saying, our kids can't read. How do we support our children? How do we support our children of those student groups that Dr. Northern asked about? How are we actually driving support to drive solutions, rather compliance to plans and check off the box? So this is about support and the importance of focusing into support and making sure we're clear about what does the plan say? How are we targeting our students and how are we supporting and how are we providing those layers? And I know Ann worked very hard on the regs, so I'm going to turn it over to her to answer how the regs meet
Yeah.
that. But the intent is to be clear and coherent and not ask our schools to run around doing plans and checkoffs, but actually drive supports to children.
So if I may, just by way of clarification, I applaud and get that goal, and I get that this whole structure is a movement in that direction. That addresses the 10 to 15% bottom schools. The current plan also requires the department to intervene with a couple of hundred schools beyond that 15% in a lighter touch way. But as far as I can tell, this new plan gives no support, no mandated support, no mandate to the state to give support, and no mandate to the divisions to comply with support for the ones from 15% to 40 or 50%. Am I missing something?
So I'm just going to encourage everyone to maybe jump to slide 22 because I think we are there. So that's where we really, some of these numbers are there and talking about the support and school identification system. So under the proposed regulations, when it comes to the identification of schools for support, there are actually, we've sort of lumped one group together, but there would actually be three distinct differentiated tiers of support. The first is that, as you can see on the right, is sort of the 5% of schools plus schools with very low graduation rates that get the most intensive support from the VDOE. Their school improvement plans actually have to be approved by the VDOE. There's just a lot more intense oversight and scrutiny there. Schools that are identified because a individual group of students is struggling initially start out in targeted support. The State Department of Education does not approve their school improvement plans. It's a much more division-led and division-driven support framework, but there are resources available from the state to support those schools as well. Those schools, if they do not improve over time, however, are ratcheted up into another category called additional targeted support, which does have more oversight from the VDOE and does require additional requirements and oversight. So it's sort of a middle level. So I think that's the framework we're doing. With the regulations, we deliberately set and wrote them in a way that all that we are sort of locking Virginia into at the moment is the minimum federal requirements in terms of identifying schools. So we say 5% of schools in that comprehensive category. Some states do 10%. That could be a decision that is made in April and down the line to do more. But we are sort of sticking with the minimal federal bar so that we can be sure that this system is federally compliant. The same goes for the schools in targeted support. federal law requires that any school that has an individual group of students on its own performing similarly to those schools in the bottom 5% must be identified for targeted support. So that is why we wrote the regulation that way, so that we would be, at least hitting that floor. There's nothing prohibiting the board from going above that. And part of the reason why we want some of these decisions to be made today is so that we can then come back in April with specific simulations about different systems and saying, well, if it's 5%, this is how many schools are in comprehensive support. But if it's 10%, this is how many schools. We can say if we ran it with 1 year of data or with 2 years of data, trying to bring in some additional options to say, do you want to stick with that floor or do we want to go above? And I do think to your question about that middle tier of schools, I see that as the targeted support schools, really sort of reflecting that, and that is a division level responsibility. But I also don't want to discount the work that the VDOE does to provide supports to all divisions in the school. The Office of School Quality does really need to be focused most intensively on the schools that are on the bottom tier of the spectrum. But there are a lot of guidance, professional development supports that are available to all divisions. And that's part of the challenge here. There's no Goldilocks like magical number. That's the just right. It's going to be different for every state, what they think they can manage as far as differentiated supports. But I do feel like this is putting Virginia on a better footing than it is right now, because currently the VDOE they're trying to manage 2 different sets of schools, and the Office of School Quality, I think it's really struggling with that from what I've heard in conversations with them. And so I think this is actually going to enable the VDOE by having sort of one set of schools that they can focus on, to be more able to help those schools that maybe aren't identified, but also need additional guidance and resources. And you are right that every school and division has a comprehensive long-range plan for continuous improvement, and that has to be submitted for accreditation and will be reviewed and has to be public, which I'm not sure is happening right now. So we're actually doing more for those schools as well.
If I may, I'm still not hearing the answer to, and I get that, Ann, but right now, above those 208 schools, the 52, 140, those are all sort of the bottom 10 to 15%. Right now, any school that isn't level 1 on crucial indicators, literacy and math, and maybe any school that's level 3 on any indicator, must have a medium level of intervention from the state. The state must supply an academic review for anybody that's not level 1, which is a pretty proficient level on reading and math. They're still labeled fully accredited, but they get some mandated intervention support from the state and mandated that they're required to comply with that support. And it looks to me like we're, basically all we're going to do, this new system, I see it doing nothing for schools above the bottom, say 15%, other than differentiating them in whatever our labeling system is. So for the schools from the 15% up to the 50% or the 60 or 70%, the only intervention we have is labeling.
I think that's perhaps thinking about what the purpose of like this system, I don't think these proposed regulations would preclude the VDOE from doing all those things, but accountability and school support system, this system is really meant to be driving the improvement of the schools that are truly struggling, whether it's whole school or for an individual group of students.
I think the board needs for it to have meaningful differentiation and movement for all levels of schools. And I think we're moving backwards on that for these middle schools.
I think we're going to have OSQ assistants here. Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings is formerly OSQ and now the Director of Accountability. So he understands
Well-
both and can wear both hats. Isn't that awesome?
It is. It's great to be in this place and be a part of this conversation. So, for the past few years, you're referring to academic review and the schools that are identified there. And the feedback we've received mainly from division superintendents in the field is it's become burdensome. It's become more about compliance and the paperwork. It's not really helping the continuous improvement process. And so when we think about that middle tier and we looked at both state and federal, You know, Anne referred to it there, the target support and improvement, which the identification process will happen later. That is sort of your warning system to say these schools are now having to do evidence-based interventions under federal law. So there are things with that. There's also can be funding with that. There's going to be more support to really help a school move. Currently in the state system, if a school has a level 3 in anything, science, chronic absenteeism, et cetera, they're being required to do the same thing as a school that may have a level 3 in English or math, or even honestly is federally identified. So we need to differentiate our system because the capacity to really serve schools is being so spread thin that it's not in depth and really helping move the schools at all. So I definitely hear you. I don't know if it needs to necessarily be in the regulations to provide that extra, mode of support, but I do think going to the degree where it's written now with a level 2 in any academic, which is English, math, or science, or if it's the level 3 in any area, it's gone a little too far. It's too detailed. And that's what we hear back from the field.
And I think one thing that I want us to really sort of step back and think about this for a minute. If what we've been doing is so successful, why do we have divisions that have been MOU divisions for over 20 years? I mean, right now is kind of, in my estimation, we're either going to sink or swim. We're either going to do this and try to fix it, or we're just going to keep going on mediocre. And that's just not acceptable to me.
Well, just to respond to that, the current system, I'm not defending that the current system is perfect, but it is worth noting it's only been in effect since 2018. So for 6 years, 4 of which were pandemic. And that specific stat about a school with 50% proficiency rate getting fully accredited, that was a very pandemic specific, bottom dropped out 1 year, improved the next year number. You wouldn't see that in current application. So all that's to say, I'm not defending the current system. Absolutely. I think there's some major improvements we're making here. But the notion that if it's not in the regs, then we can't make the divisions comply. We can offer them support, but we can't make them comply. And we're giving up some significant level of mandate on the middle level schools when I thought we were trying to push them harder. And all that's to say, not that we shouldn't do it, because maybe if we have limited resources, we need to target strictly to the bottom, but we should be sure we know what we're doing before we do it.
Miss Ashton?
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that this work is really, really hard. Work for teachers, work for leaders, work for everyone, and it's not going to be easy. And what I hear us doing is raising the bar for everyone. And I think that what I heard, though, is that we are trying to be we're trying to be in line with federal compliance, which is going to give us more resources, more tools, more supports for all of our students, all of our schools, and all of our divisions. And I think that is important for us to name. The second is what I'm hearing is that all of these indicators that we are moving forward in a positive direction are just that. They are indicators around school health. And we need more transparency, and we need to send a signal to our teachers, to our families, to our divisions around what are the indicators that are top priority, so that you can decide how to use your resources to be able to serve students and families and divisions well. And what I'm hearing from the team and even from the feedback is right now we have 3 different systems, and we're not sending a signal to anyone that says, what are the indicators for school health? And what this is trying to do is saying, these are the indicators of school health, and here's how we can allocate resources going forward. But more importantly, here are the things that teachers and families and students need to understand around what it takes to be on grade level or grow over time. And what I'm also hearing is that we are just we're setting a direction right now that meets a minimum guideline, but there's still work to be done that will give us the data around where do schools fit once we work out the exact metrics? So I think this is incredibly positive. I think it is the right direction. It is in line with the values that we have outlined. And I think this is more empowering and clear around what is important versus fuzzy and compliance driven. Like what is overriding here is that these are all about compliance and not about where resources and where individual children are, as well as schools. And I think that is an important thing that I do love. I don't know, it's a slide that has a couple of different things where it says no identification, student group, and school level group. That is incredibly clear. It's empowering. And I think that if we don't move in this direction, I think we actually will be going backward. And I am concerned about us getting stopped right here around general direction. I think that the team has outlined very clearly what our, on slide 18, the purpose of us is to move forward with these accountability, these healthy indicators that tell us where our schools are. And then it very clearly says we need to work out very specifically the frameworks. So I think, President Creasy, I just want to be clear about what we're talking about, because I think we all agree about the general direction. That's what I think we are saying. And we do need more information. And that's what the team is proposing that we do. So I think it's the way the conversation is going is not feeling like there's alignment, when I think there actually is alignment. And I think if we can get clear around the process and clear around where we're going to continue to get input, then I think that we could move forward. But right now, I think the way the conversation is going is, for me, is not communicating the alignment around direction, which I think the team and staff need.
Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I think there is general alignment. The contextual point I wanted to make, and what we got onto this is, for a long time, you had the No Child Left Behind Act, and there was parts of that Virginia liked, parts of it that Virginia didn't like. So we had our own plan. You had the federal plan. The ESSA law is sufficiently flexible. There's actually very little to it, that it's created this opportunity to get away from this confusing system. And we can have an accreditation system. We can have an accountability system that's much more aligned with the federal. That's a big opportunity for us, because the disconnect there has been a constant source of confusion. And so I see like a good opportunity here with that. And I think we are generally aligned there, and that includes this issue of school improvement. I don't agree. I think the fact that you had any time a school where you got 50% proficiency on reading and the school can still be accredited, I don't think that's an anomaly. I think that's indicative of a system we should have seen during the pandemic with the extent of learning loss. We should have seen that reflected in our system, and then we would respond to that. The fact that we did, and I think it really laid bare just how completely unresponsive our system is, and not transparent to parents. And I think that's where we've got to figure out a way to fix that supports educators, doesn't cause chaos around accreditation, but is actually honest with parents. And which brings us to the last point. When we put this information out there, it's for everybody. It's not going to be cloistered and privileged, which has sometimes been the case. Everybody will have it, and that includes the legislature. And they may look at this and say, okay, like, here's where we've got problems. There's things we can do there. And so there's things they can do over there. There's things we can do here, but you just can't do that absent the information. I would respectfully suggest part of our problem is you can't tell everybody, hey, 90% of the schools are accredited, everything's great, send more money. Like, we've got to actually be honest about where we are. We don't want to create a system that creates some sort of a false crisis or fictional narrative. But if we're actually honest, I think we will have a stronger case around a lot of these support things than we have now, because it is sort of inexplicable to me, not in my role on the board, but just as a citizen and a taxpayer. If everything's pretty good, then why do we need to do that? And that's in part because we haven't actually leveled with people kind of about where we actually are, and that it's not just in certain communities, that across the Commonwealth, you have pockets of kids who are not being well served, and we need to give them more access to opportunity.
Dr. Northern?
I'm clarifying in a question that came up here. I mean, we're saying, okay, 5% get high levels of intensive support because that's aligned with the feds. But these other two categories, we're not giving a percentage of schools that are going to fall in those buckets, right? We're just
Correct.
saying as many schools that get identified. So
Yes.
I don't know if I think, Ann, that was one thing you were asking, and that's what I heard you say, is that there are no sort of percentages locked into each of those
There's,
buckets.
right, on the additional targeted support and the targeted support categories, there are no percentages. We are aligned with the minimal federal standard, but the minimum federal standard is not a percentage. It is a performance benchmark. So it's if a group of students in a school is performing similarly to those schools in the bottom 5%,
Right.
those schools must be identified. And that's the language we incorporated into the proposed regulation.
But under the current federal intervention, we have 5% under comprehensive support and another 5 to 7% that come in under that targeted. So it's between the two of them, it's only 12 or 13% total
Mhm.
under the current federal intervention mandate.
Mhm.
So unless that changes in some fashion, it's still going to be 10 to 15% of schools. Now, it could be that that's going to change, and that's why I think we need some data runs before we make decisions.
Mr. Rotherham.
We can, I think we've talked this point.
Okay. I'd like to take us back now to slide 21, because I think we skipped over a few things that are important to cover about what we're doing with the proposed regulatory package. And there might be some questions on this as well. So this is really getting into the way that the indicators are working in the current system. This is on slide 21. And how the indicators are then used to identify schools right now that are not accredited or level 1, 2, and 3. So I think we've talked a lot about how the combined rate is a very, very complicated, non-transparent measure that conflates proficiency as well as growth. We have the opportunity now to actually separate those two measures and have a standalone mastery index and a standalone growth measure. To show how every student is achieving and improving. And I think, really important that mastery index is also recognizing students who have not yet achieved proficiency, but, are perhaps making gains, and also recognizing those advanced students, who have gone above the proficient standard. I think it's also very challenging. We heard this a lot actually in the listening sessions, that right now, a level 3 on one indicator, and there are a lot of indicators, is determinative of the end result. It's not taking into the holistic picture of how a school is doing across all these different indicators of quality. By creating our sort of performance framework with index and weighting, we're actually able to take into account the full spectrum of all the different important school quality indicators. And that is then what ultimately leads to both a sort of summative performance category, which is just for reporting and transparency purposes, but as well as driving those supports. We also have a very detailed and rigid set of expectations in the rule, which make it hard to make adjustments over time as things change. And so we're trying to provide, I think, a regulatory framework that's a little bit more flexible in terms of if we have new assessments in the future, new measures are developed that we want to incorporate, because we think, we've seen the research, it's connected to student outcomes. It would be great to add it. We have that flexibility with this proposed package to do that in the future, and to make those adjustments over time, so that the rules will not necessarily need to be revisited and revised so frequently. Pause on this. Any questions or conversation about the indicators and okay. I will move ahead then. I think we've talked a lot about already what's on slide 22, just about the support system and the challenges with the current system of having two and trying to move to one unified system of supports. I think on slide 23, we haven't talked about accreditation very much, but accreditation is still going to exist. It must still exist. It's required by state statute. But right now, We have a system where accreditation, which is, supposed to measure compliance with all these various factors of what it means to be a functional school, is really only focused on the student growth and outcomes. It's trying to serve as an accountability system instead of an accreditation system. There's also, I would say, no really clear, we've talked about this, we've had divisions that are in MOUs for like 20 years. There's no clear entry or exit requirements for this. And it's very complicated, and divisions are trying to meet a bunch of federal requirements, but as well as state requirements, and it is all muddled together. So through the new proposed package of regulations, we would have, that single set of schools that is aligned to federal requirements, very clear what the VDOE's responsibilities are, what divisions' responsibilities are, and what schools' responsibilities are. And also creating very clear expectations for entry and exit. So how do you move from targeted support to additional targeted support? What does it mean to be an MOU division or school? And making it just much, I think, more streamlined and functional for divisions to manage, but also the VDOE and the Office of School Quality, who I think are doing their best to comply with a lot of different requirements. And it's been a challenge.
Ms. Holton?
So, Ian, can you help me understand what the regs change about what happens for a comprehensive support school that is in comprehensive support for several years?
Yes.
What changes?
So a school that's in comprehensive support and does not meet the exit criteria is re-identified for comprehensive support. They have to go through a new process of doing a needs assessment, identifying evidence-based interventions that would reflect that needs assessment, and going through those interventions have to be more rigorous and state determined. So the VDOE actually steps in, and that is required by federal law. So it's also consistent with federal requirements here about what happens. There's these more rigorous actions. So that is the consistent piece here of aligning this system with the federal system.
So again, I think one of the strengths of this system is the working to align. And I get that. We also have the Virginia Constitution to wrestle with, which requires that school boards run schools. And when we say, and there, I see there's talk in the regs about resources, but if a school fails, as these, I've used the example of Petersburg schools before, unable to, where they have 20% teachers vacancies, 30% of their existing teachers provisionally licensed. No surprise, they're not passing algebra, no money to give the teachers the 30% bump in pay raise that I think it would take them to hire the teachers to help the students succeed. So if the state comes in and says, we determine the more rigorous action is you've got to hire better teachers, I can see having a system that ties state money to leverage cooperation from the divisions. And I think the statute gives us some leverage over at-risk add-on funds, for instance, and we could tie accreditation into that, which is somewhat in the case already. But this I see saying the department can determine what a school board does, what a school does. And have we gotten a legal opinion yet on whether that is consistent with our Constitution, which says school boards run schools?
So we've had lots of attorneys review these regulations, and we actually had to make some change. We took their feedback into a consideration. So
I would love to hear what the attorneys are telling us, and we may need to do that in a closed session. But does this comply with the Constitution? Because it sure doesn't look like it does.
Can I speak?
Please, Dr. Coons.
So this was reviewed multiple times by the Attorney General's office, the Office of Regulatory Management, and has gone through many reviews, which Anne and Chad and Katie have been on multiple phone calls, multiple times to make sure that all of those minimum things that you are concerned about have been met. But I'm happy to defer to Deb to speak during closed session. I think we have one scheduled tomorrow as well to the process points that we have been in very close alignment with them to make sure that those pieces that you are concerned about have been met.
And the school boards and the school divisions also have to have a part in these plans. They're not cut out of the plan process, even in this CSI schools, comprehensive support, CSI, same thing, who have failed to meet their exit criteria. Those plans, before they're sent to the department for final review and approval, consistent with federal law, the school board and the school division receive them. I also think it's really important, and one of the things that we wanted to make clear in the section of the proposed rules that relate to school support is that there's a set of division responsibilities as well. So it's not just on individual schools to improve, that there's also clear responsibilities for how divisions are supportive of the improvement process. There's also language that is, if there is a division that has a significant number of schools identified as struggling, sort of additional requirements for them to have a division support plan and actually, look at how they're allocating resources among their schools, those schools that have been identified, those that are not, I think the regulations recognize that the division has a role and tries to amplify that and make that, give some additional hooks there to really be sure that they're also having comprehensive plans to support their schools. It's not just a school accountability system, there's also the role for the divisions.
I'm just sensitive to this because I was involved in the litigation the last time Virginia's system for intervention in our most troubled schools was held to be unconstitutional on a very closely aligned issue. And I think there is an answer to it. And I think if we want to do this right, the answer is to use resources as a hook. And that, we could have a system that says, the state is going to give, I think we should have a system where the state says we're going to give our most challenged schools extra resources conditioned on your following our guidance about how to spend those resources. But I don't think that's what this system does. And so I'm worried about the constitutionality of it.
Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, I worry we're again losing the forest for the trees. The intervention system obviously matters. It needs to be constitutional. I actually agree with Ms. Holton that resources can be a hook, and I'm hoping the information the system provides creates opportunities for that. But there is no substitute. What was it that Brandeis said? Sunlight's the best disinfectant. There's no substitute on any of this for the wisdom of Virginians, and right now they can't exercise that wisdom because we're not giving them a straight story on what's going on with the schools. And there's just no substitute for just being honest, presenting the information. And like just the other day, I was talking to a parent in the school division here who the school's telling them, don't worry about the reading test. They're kind of meaningless, right? That's a problem, right? We can't solve that problem from Richmond, but we can put out enough contextual information that people can start to realize actually the reading tests really matter. Here's what's going on with them. And so we need to get all this right. We need to get it constitutional, but let's not lose the thread that we need to have a system that gives people this information, because these problems will ultimately be solved by the wisdom of Virginians and often in their local communities based on decisions that they make.
Ms. Ashton?
I want to echo Mr. Rotherham's point, and I actually went back to our notes on the earlier conversations around the framework. And I think we need to adopt a mindset of accountability is school improvement and transparency is school improvement. And the hook is clarity. The hook is, yes, we need more money and yes, we need more resources, but if we don't know where to spend the money and spend the resources, then I think that is inefficient. And I think that undermines the teachers and families and divisions who are doing this work every single day. I think our job as a board is to obviously be in compliance. I've just wrote with the law, with the Constitution, with the federal guidelines. And so I want to echo, we want to be in alignment, but I do think that it is our job to make clear to the public what are the indicators of a school's health. And I think that is the work that the team and staff is doing, and is moving in the right direction. And again, want to just recognize that this work is hard, but we can do hard work. And if we come together and continue to provide clarity, and we're not creating any us versus thems, then we can do the work that our students and families and teachers and leaders deserve.
All right, pausing, giving a good teacher pause there. I think continuing a little bit on slide 23, I do want to talk a little bit about accreditation further under the proposal, just so, I think we've pretty much hashed through all the details about the new school performance framework accountability system and how that is both going to produce really transparent information for the public through new reporting, but also a more consolidated, streamlined, effective system of supports rather than sort of bifurcated two systems of supports. There still is accreditation under the proposed rules and now in its own new Part 9, and essentially setting up a process where that is much more focused on compliance with the core requirements across the standards of accreditation, so that the department is looking at graduation requirements, looking at school safety, looking at the instructional programs that are provided in school and being sure that they are compliant with state law and with state regulation. And then, also having for all schools and divisions submitting their long-term comprehensive continuous improvement plans for review as well. And then if for the schools in comprehensive support, so those lowest performing schools or schools with very low graduation rates, in order to be fully accredited, they would need to submit additional information showing how they're implementing their support plans and showing that they're on track to improve. So I don't want to say, right now, I think there's been a lot of discussion about we have schools that are somehow in comprehensive support but fully accredited. That could still be possible under these proposed rules, but it would be a high bar because those schools are showing that they are, fully compliant with all of the inputs that we need, but also on track to improve student outcomes. So it's sort of when you think about, if you're reading that accreditation section, there sort of is this additional layer of information that schools in comprehensive support have to submit in order to demonstrate that they are fully accredited.
President Creasy?
Yes.
You may not know the answer to this, Anne, but, and this is a smaller point on the last slide on school identification.
Mhm.
So if you identify a student group as needing additional attention, I mean, by law, that, those funds can't go to, I don't know, maybe it's the Hispanic kids who are struggling, okay, because it could be a race category. I mean, legally, the money just can't go to the Hispanic kids.
No, it would not.
It would not. It goes to the school, even
yeah.
though the group is identified.
Correct. Any funding goes to the school. And there's good federal guidance on how to support schools that are in targeted support to be sure that the entire plan is, going to be beneficial, of course, for the student group that was struggling. But really the plan is developed with the whole school's needs in mind as well, just a particular focus on that group. Okay. So with that, leave you on slide 24, which is just a recap of what we are trying to do with the proposed regulations. I hope that this has been helpful in clarifying questions. We know that this will be a mind shift for Virginia and having just sort of these very different accreditation systems, a federal system kind of operating in the background. And it's, but I hope that this new system will, meets those sort of North Star objectives that we laid out at the beginning. But also, as I think we've said throughout this presentation as a theme is, there's still a lot of decisions to be made. This is just the framework. This is just the skeleton. A lot of the specifics we'll be coming back to you with in future months as we work on the ESSA state plan. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. Thank you.
If we're moving into the weighting discussion, might this be a good time for a break?
3 minutes. We can take a 3-minute break. We got to get moving on this, guys. All right. Back at it again. Chad.
Yeah, this portion of the meeting is going to be a lot less slide heavy. It's more board discussion time. I'm going to tee up is a discussion over the weighting of the indicators that will go into the school performance framework. It's a high level discussion on weightings and what we are. For those of you following along in the slides, it's starting on 26 and going on. The regulations include guidelines and ranges for how much to include the weights, but it includes a lot of flexibility for the board. It doesn't set, they don't all add up to 100%, for example, because we're allowing for some variation in decision points going forward. And to the earlier discussion, it also allows for the addition of new indicators going forward as well. All right, so I'm going to just briefly talk through some of the model. We're going to start with the elementary school discussion, which is on slide 27. Really, what we're talking about is the bolded portions at the top of each of the different models. So in model 1, weights mastery achievement at 70%, it weights growth at 20%, and it weights readiness at 10%. In contrast, model 2, has achievement mastery at 50%. It has growth at 25% and readiness at 25%. Again, I'll just remind you that we're talking about the big buckets rather than the specificity. The bullets underneath them are to give you some indication of where those might be, but they aren't final decisions by any means. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board and hear their discussion. Did you have a question?
Yeah, and Chad, so let's clarify that a little bit more deeply here. The bullets are examples.
Yep.
They are not hard and fast what we are assigning here. That is for future discussion. So I just wanted to be really clear there.
May I question on that? I thought the document said that the department is asking us to commit to a model tomorrow. They're asking us to adopt proposed regs and commit to one of these models. Maybe I misunderstood that, so I'd love to have that clarified.
It's not the specifics that are what are comprised of the 3 buckets that you see here.
Yeah, but they want us to, am I right that the department is asking us to vote on the 20-70-10 versus 25-50, 25-4, some other combination of numbers?
That's correct. My clarification was we're not specifying what comes under each of those
Gotcha. Thank you.
as part of our decision points for this particular meeting.
So for instance, could be some growth measure other than VBOS, but how much is weighted?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Mr. Hanson.
just thank you, and I appreciate all the work that's got into the previous conversation, but also here's we assigned the percentages with the model, but I just for one would really prefer the neighborhood of model 1. I feel like the mastery achievement level for where we are as a Commonwealth, where we are as a country, in terms of the trying to close the achievement gap, but also recovering the learning loss and instilling into our system measurements and tools that are going to have our families, our schools, our government focused on solving those 2 problems for more than a generational challenge that we're facing. I love growth. I've always been an incredible advocate for growth. And I think, again, appreciate the 2 papers that we received on the perspectives on both, but I just think at this point in where we are as a Commonwealth, and I think especially with what this system is being set up to do, as we talked about the targeting of resources and other things, to me, this is really where I would be leaning very much in favor of the numbers that are associated with Model 1 as a reflection of what we need to do in terms of holding our system, our families, our students accountable for the next 5, 10 years, whatever it might be. And these numbers can always change, but I just think getting out the chute here, this would be my preference.
Further discussion here? And I think if I am summarizing your comments, you would you prefer Model 1 in all 3 elementary, middle, and high school models, or are you just speaking to elementary at this point?
Speaking mostly to elementary, but I do believe that even with the middle school models that if we start putting, and again, we're only talking about maybe a 5% percentage rate difference between growth on those, but I think we're going to start getting to where we might be kicking the can down the road. And I don't know if it's fair to, and again, where I think even the middle schools are going to need to be focused on achievement more so than growth as well. But
Ms. Kilgore?
I was gonna say, I agree with Bill that, you know, when you think about readiness, I mean, I'm big on readiness, but if you are achieving the mastery part, then that makes you more ready. So, because when I've been studying all this, that's been my big issue, but I agree with him that mastery has to, I think, have the biggest percentage, in my opinion.
Yep, I would agree, and I'm gonna say the same thing I said before, that we've got to raise the ceiling very high, and we have to understand that this will be hard, and this is gonna be, when there's greater transparency, we're gonna have to be comfortable that it doesn't look where we want it to be. But I think the focus on mastery and growth, because again, they're both there, makes a lot of sense. The difference in terms of readiness, and this is a question I have, is, you know, the earlier data says if you come to school, you greater chance for mastery. And I think that's what Model 1 emphasizes, that if you are less than 10% in terms of absent, that there's greater connection with proficiency and mastery and growth. The question I have, because I think what you said, President Creasy, is that the bullets underneath are not fully fleshed out. It's the general percentages which are right. And I am wondering, could a school have an opportunity to communicate something unique or special about their school that is another factor towards readiness, where they might get more points because they're doing something unique or special? And I don't know, we don't have to decide that now, but where I see in the readiness, a school could really earn those extra 10 percentage points because they're doing something unique or special, or, you know, having a unique or special impact on a certain high-risk group. So I just think I wonder if there's enough wiggle room in that 10% to make sure that the unique factors or unique innovations that a school has could be incorporated into the readiness. Maybe, but we can figure that out later. But I'm leaning towards Model 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think wherever we come down, like this is one of these moments where you're up at the edge of the cliff and you look over, and I think mastery matters. That's what people expect. Progress matters in a number of ways, but at the end of the day, parents send their kids to school because they want them to master content. And even as we start to shift towards different kinds of things, people are talking about competency-based, mastery-based approaches to education. So I think that's just a very important place for us to be. Like my colleague, Ms. Ashton, I wish that we had these slides were made clear. These are examples of the kinds of measures. We'll be measuring English and we'll be measuring math, because I don't think it's not going to be useful if we get into a big debate about, do we like the SOLs or not, or how should they reform? Do we like Vivas or not? But that we're going to be doing this at a statewide level with these measures. I think those charts would, and so I can imagine there's going to be some confusion as a result. They should all have like a little EG next to them, you know, for example. But in terms of the threshold sort of edge of the cliff decision for the board, it seems to me is, are we going to weight mastery? Are we going to weight growth? And with growth, you have this problem, and I'll quote the Democratic Congressman George Miller, who was chairman of the House Education Committee in the No Child Left Behind era. And, you know, his critique of growth was always the kids are always growing, but they're never quite getting anywhere. And, you know, he was always, you know, that was a sort of a core civil rights issue and core civil rights concern. And that's why I think we need to have clear standards where we expect kids to get, logical consequences when that is not happening, and logical support when that is not happening. And that doesn't get there unless we have a model that's heavily weighted towards mastery of the content we expect kids to learn.
Dr. Northern?
All right, so I'm fine with maybe being the lone wolf out here. When I joined this board, I said I'm always just going to go with my gut, go with my conscience. My conscience is telling me, and again, you know, I may be clearly outvoted, that the growth is really important, more important at the elementary level. I'm arguing for a little bit, just a tad more growth percentages at the elementary level. I'm less concerned about the middle and high school, but we've got reams of research that kids come in before kindergarten, that the achievement gaps are already yawning before kindergarten. So on the one hand, you could say, well, all the more important to put the pressure on. But on the other hand, like, we've got all of this activity going at elementary school. We've got this wonderful new law. We've got all these new resources going for reading. I feel like we're really, really investing, and we're going to see growth at the elementary level. And I honestly think that we may be just hammering them into the ground when they're really, I feel confident we're going to see a bunch of growth. And if we develop the growth measure, and I think we do have a real growth measure, like before we had something that wasn't growth, it was not real growth, but now we have a grown up growth system that's much like the rest of the country has. And so it's good. And so if we actually develop the growth, you know, in a sensible way, then kids are naturally going to reach mastery. There's no way they cannot. So I would just say that, given that the elementary grades are so pivotal in the development of kids, and that they have so much catching up to do after COVID, and that the achievement gap, again, develops before they even walk in the door. And so we have got to just do what we're doing, which is throw everything at those early grades so they can catch up. Then I would just really just say that we would, my proposal is to do 40% growth, 35% mastery, and 25% readiness at the elementary level only.
So I just want to get everybody to sit back for a second. And I want you to think about being a parent who doesn't know anything about what we know about education. And I want you to think about, if we walked out on the street today and grabbed a parent and said, so do you want your child to master concepts, or do you want them just to grow a little bit? I want my child to, and that is from any walk of life. Every parent is going to say, I want my child to be here. I want my child to be at the place that they need to be. If we submit that we can't get them there, we're submitting that we can't do successfully what we are supposed to do as educators. I
would just say, I think that's unfair. I personally would never say that in a million years. My entire career has been staked on high expectations. And honestly, I'm making a very targeted argument for all that we're doing at elementary school. I'm going to go, obviously, with, you know, what we as a group go. I'm just going to voice this now. I'm not going to be a continued thorn in the side of this board. I just do believe that we have a case for our littlest guys, to give them a little bit of while to grow. And I'm not saying that in year 2 or year 3 that we can't switch the calculus and then say, okay, now we've given them time, and darn well they should be at the mastery point. I'll leave it there, but I'm certainly, I certainly understand the pros and cons of growth and mastery.
So what does that look like, Dr. Northern? I mean, I think you can make a case for weighting growth a little bit more in elementary school, but you made a case for weighting growth a lot more. I was surprised.
I said 40 growth and 35.
Mastery. So like growth ahead of mastery.
Just a little ahead
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think that's where we may be. I think that's where there may be. I think there may be an appetite to think about growth a little bit more, but not like I think I'm hearing at least like a lot of the mastery has to be the predominant at all levels.
That's what I heard.
Yep. President Creasy.
Miss Ashton.
So I also have a question for you, Dr. Northern, and I know the things underneath are not the right things underneath, but I agree with you that kids are all starting at a different grade, pre-K, nursery. I failed kindergarten, guys. Did I tell you that before? Like I am that person who needed that extra support and help. So, but I think that extra support and help happens at pre-K, nursery, first, second. What I'm seeing here and the way I saw this is that fourth grade is where potentially, and this is not the specifics, where we've got to put a stake in the ground around high expectations. If you said that we're going to start at first grade, then I would agree with you. That's where I understand that, like, hey, we need a little bit of time. But I think where, again, this is not specifics, because we are putting all those tools and resources in from pre-K, and I argue it should be third grade, we have to close gaps, because if we don't close those gaps by third grade, then they just become middle school gaps and then high school gaps. And then you've got the high school folks saying, what did they do in pre-K and first grade? So I think I'd love to hear your kind of like, where does the proficient buck stop? Because it can't be
Now, if we could do K3, that's an ideal world, right? Like, I totally agree. And there's so many states that don't have testing in K2, so we can't do K3, but that's been a national conversation for a while. So yeah, we're stuck with K5 instead of K3, and then 3-5, which some states have tried to do, but I understand. I agree with that point.
Where do we put the load? Because I mean, it seems to me if you say, okay, elementary school should really just be all about growth, and then either 6 or 7, depending how it's configured, that's when we're going to get serious. Like, we'll be back. I think a future board will be here hearing it. The system doesn't work because it's really hard to find 5th, 6th, 7th grade teachers, right? Like, I think like we have to spread that load and that responsibility. We can't put it. I mean, if you say we're going to wait till 9th grade and the 9th grade transitions and we're going to really start holding adults accountable, well, then who's going to want to teach 9th grade? You have to address the accrued issues that come up to your doorstep. So I feel like we have to think about, like, how does the system work coherently and so forth. And we do sort of have a default, to your point, that we're not assessing at the very early grades anyway.
Just let me answer that. I mean, I think one thing that we're getting wrong, and we don't have the information, is how rigorous our growth measure is now. Like, I think before we're stuck on this crummy measure we had before. But if we do this right, like, we're expecting a kid to make a year's worth of growth, in some grades a year and a half. I mean, we don't know. We haven't had that presentation yet. But this is no squeamish little growth measure here. You know what I mean? So the mastery part is what we haven't even talked about yet, right? But the mastery bar, whenever we have this new test that we have, that's where the rubber's going to hit the road, because we all know that we can have a rigorous growth bar and then a mastery bar that's dirt low, right? So just by saying mastery is going to be 70%, in no way guarantees that we're holding anybody's foot to the fire, because we haven't even set the mastery score bar yet, is what I'm saying. But I get the rhetorical argument around this, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, we want to come out, like, I get it. But I also think that we are incentivizing a lot of activity at the elementary school level, and those kids are going to be growing. And I think that we should give them a little bit more credit for that. Whether, again, I don't know how flexible we are, whether in year 2 we can ratchet up, or year 3, but anyway, I just feel like they're digging out of a hole. And I don't mean to be squishy. I'm not squishy, but I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Hanson?
Amber, maybe one thing to consider would be if we made a slight adjustment to Model 1 to where we got growth to 25 and had mastery at 65, but love readiness at 10. I know it doesn't get to your flipping the weights, but I think at mastery at 65, that's really 2/3 of our focus. That would be the message that we're sending on mastery, but 25 for growth is still, I think, quite significant for what we're doing. I think is also sending the right message at that point, but so it'd be
Madam President.
25 and 65, just 10.
Madam President,
Ms. Sultan?
I would like to make the case that growth should be weighted at least equally to mastery. I would start off with number one, that Alan Siebert, who's not here, and I promised to raise up his voice, argues that growth should be much more heavily weighted. Essentially, he has it at least 40%. And refer everybody to the reasoning he puts in his memo. And he is the one who is the closest to on the ground understanding how things operate in our system here in Virginia. And this is specifically his recommendation as to elementary school. I would agree with Amber that that elementary school, middle, and high are completely different. And I think it's completely right that we don't consider growth at all at high school. That's growing towards mastery by the time you graduate is absolutely where we should be. But elementary school, where kids come in at such different levels, I think is where we should be putting much more emphasis on growth. I also cite both of the letters, both of the articles that Amber sent to us. Thank you for those, from her current and her past president at the Fordham Institute. Both of them, Dr. Petrelli says growth should be weighted 6, 7, 8, 9 times as much as mastery, and says that there's some real chance of disincentives, of hurting schools that are trying to serve the neediest students if you don't weight growth heavily. And on the other hand, Mr. Finn says, is he doctor also? Dr. Finn says also that he disagrees with Mike that growth should be more heavily weighted, but he says, he basically argues for a placemat approach where you're going to communicate both your proficiency and your growth score. And he acknowledges that growth should also be significantly weighted. And in fact, Ann, I don't mean to put Ann on the spot, but Ann Haslop, I thought, told us back last summer when we started meeting with our experts that if you don't weight growth at least, as what I heard was, if you don't weight growth at least as heavily as proficiency, then you run into serious problems, for instance, with contributing to residential segregation. Essentially, if you don't weight growth heavily in the elementary school context, you're telling us that poor kids are poor. And that's not saying that poor kids can't achieve. It's saying we want to highlight, and I think Petrilli does a really good job of this, we want to highlight the schools that are helping our neediest kids grow. And that differentiating based on growth, the schools that are succeeding versus those that are not, is the best incentive. And I come back to my example that if we're not careful, we're going to drive teachers away from the schools who most need help, from the schools who are serving the kids that most need help. So for all of those reasons, I would argue, and then the last argument I would say is, as Alan points out in his memo, the numbers that have been tossed around before were much more 40-40 or 50-50. That was what we saw in the presentation in January. Nobody has told the public before what got posted on Friday of last week that we're thinking about anything that would weight growth as low as 20-25%. And we have not given, public engagement, public stakeholder input. We have not given the stakeholders an opportunity to be heard on this. I predict that the stakeholders, if given an opportunity, will argue for much higher weight on growth in elementary school, recognizing the distinction where here we're trying to grow them towards something. Middle and high school, it gets different.
Mr. Hanson?
I love Checker. I love Mike. I've worked with both of them for 30 plus years. And they both have just wonderful points in the paper, and both of their points are, I think, written, for purposes of policy, and we should take that to heart here, but we also have decisions to make on where we are in Virginia with our school system, with our children and our teachers. And we cannot get away from the incredible learning loss that we've had, and we cannot get away from our children, especially in the testing in the grades 3 and 5 of where we are. And I think it's a false dichotomy, frankly, of what we're even talking about here, and that the two go hand in hand with one another if they're done correctly. And so it doesn't have to be an either or, but I think at this point in time of where we are, we have to have our system created and embedded around achievement, period. And growth will be an incredible part of that, and there can be adjustments made, but until we get our, and all of those points you just made about driving teachers away or different types of populations, if we're able to lift our students out of this achievement gap and to get them to where they need to be, those problems are going to be solved, and the growth is going to be embedded in that. And so I think we need to build a system where the two are working hand in glove with one another, but it's not an either or. And I just think this whole notion that teachers are going to be driven away by a system that is, I don't see it. I've got family members that are teachers.
It happens all the time.
I've raised 6 children in public schools in Northern Virginia, and I don't see it. And
It's
again,
Petersburg has no teachers.
it's a different
Wait.
situation.
Wait, Miss Ashton?
Yeah, I want to agree. I think this is a false choice. I think that what we ultimately want is high proficiency and high growth. We want both. And I think with the accountability system that we have highlighted, we will be able to see that there are schools that are doing it with the students who are the least resource, have all of the obstacles against them. I believe schools are doing it, and right now our system doesn't allow us to see either what students are having high proficiency and high growth, or what schools have high proficiency and high growth. And I think that I do think it is lowering the bar to say that growth is more important than mastery. And as a current middle school, high school leader, I want kids who get to middle school at proficiency. And we hear, as a middle school person, we hear this all the time. Well, they started in different places and they never caught up. And we know that students drop out in middle school mentally, they drop out physically in high school. And so if the accountability, which means improvement, doesn't happen at elementary school, I think we're just kicking the can down the road. That being said, I would support a 25% growth to 65% mastery, with that nod of understanding that there is more time and there's a lot that happens just developmentally with the brain and everything else at elementary. But I am very worried, first, that we're making a false choice, and 2, that we're just kicking the can down the road to the middle school and high school.
Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, I'll make the motion, I think, to move us along. I mean, I think like I disagree that if we raise the bar, we're going, I mean, Petersburg, I think is thankfully an outlier example. And like, there's a lot of reasons why I think somebody, even somebody who just casually reads the Richmond Times might have not see that as a school district where they want to go work right now. I think it's more sort of the median teacher. I tend to agree with Bill, and I would even suggest, and I don't want this to come off, I don't want this to come off glib. I don't talk about a lot. My wife's a high school English teacher in Virginia, public school teacher. And a lot of teachers, when they hear this and the accountability is going to drive people away, like quietly, a lot of the really good teachers say, you know what? then there's probably a better profession that's gonna be a better fit for them. Because we're gonna be about accountability. We're gonna be about excellence. It needs to be, the accountability system needs to be fair. We shouldn't be setting something up that's just designing to fail. But I think if we have a high bar and support, we will get where we go. And I just cannot get behind an idea that we somehow, for residential housing values or employers or anything else, we shouldn't be leveling with the public about what's going on. So I'll make the motion because I do think, I do think growth in elementary school. I'll make the motion to go to 2565.
So since it's a work session, we're not actually
Oh, right.
thinking.
Sorry, I forgot.
So-
I always
but
forget that. Sorry.
You can hold that till
So
tomorrow.
if that's the will, I'd be happy to,
And I
but-
think that's probably,
yeah, sorry. I always forget that. I'm sorry, Madam President.
it's okay.
And Madam President, I'll defer to you on the motions practice, the appropriate way to proceed, but I would like to put before us tomorrow a motion to adopt Alan's recommendation as to the regulations, which gives us a wider band, and then adopt his recommendation, the one that gives 40, 40 and 20 or something like that as to the mastery. index.
Okay,
So
well,
I'll move those tomorrow.
I will make some comments about tomorrow's session at the end of today's meeting, so.
Oh, and all of that is, I will first argue tomorrow and still want to be heard today on why we should wait until April to do any of this.
I think that conversation is better suited for tomorrow, likely.
Uh,
Or those comments, because today is not specifically around the regulation itself. Today is just about the framework here.
If I promise not to make any more motions, Madam President, can I make one more comment?
Please.
I do think one other thing, when you look at the data, and Amber knows this well, you do see outlier schools that are high growth, but low status, but there's not as many of them as you would think. And I do worry sometimes these conversations that there's this huge cohort of schools that they're just not quite there on proficiency, but they're hitting it out of the park on growth. And, this came up a lot over the last 15 years as states thought about adopting this. And you generally find, if you do a 2x2 on growth and achievement, you generally find they tend to cluster. We'll want to think about that as a communication challenge and so forth. But in general, this is not such a big thing that we're going to have some huge cohort of schools that are really doing a great job equitably across all kids. And we're not somehow not picking that up by focusing on mastery.
And I just want to say that I do wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Northern's discussion around how critical the communication on this is. This is absolutely not something that we can drop and then walk away from. We have to be communicating regularly on what this looks like now, next month, the month after that, and the month after that, and then continuous communication from the Office of School Quality around how we are progressing generally, and then specifically to schools and school divisions. We've got to be able to resource them well as far as how-tos, so that this is what we want it to be and what we envision it to be. And so I do want to associate myself with the absolute necessity for continuous, clear communication around every facet of this system.
Madam President.
Ms.
just
Holt.
The one thing I hear you, that the discussion about the first and final review versus first review tomorrow may be more appropriate for tomorrow, but the one piece I'd like to draw to everybody's attention is if you can look at the presentation that we were given back last spring on the Administrative Process Act, and it is in our board documents, and I can flag to you where it is if you like, but if you take a look at that tonight, I think you will see that this stage, even though the regs are called proposed at this level, this is really our primary opportunity to get it right. And if we don't get it right, and then the public comment causes us to change our minds on anything substantive over the summer, then when we do, then we will end up delaying the process by having to go through another round. And that APA presentation we got last spring went through all of this. The difference, but the time between first and final review on the first round of the proposed regs is the rubber meets the road. So all 60 pages of those regs, I hope and trust we've all studied them and are ready to own all of those regs, because if we put it out this way, then we're pretty much stuck with it unless we want to further delay the process by, I think the presentation said, potentially 6 months to a year further. And none of us wants that. So I just, and you know, really what we're trying to do here is essentially the regs say, if you read the details of the regs, and this hasn't been in any of the presentations, but the regs do say that we're looking to adopt a system of at least 4 categories of school divisions. And I hear you, that may well be what many people on the board want, but we had said in our earlier discussions that we might consider a placemat approach, or we might consider an index that would be 1 to 99 or 1 to 100. And the regs put us in a, 4 categories or more. That is essentially an A through F grading system, whether we call it stars or letters. And we know that Virginia rejected that model legislatively a very few years ago. And so, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, but we should make sure that we know what we're doing when we do it, and make sure that we've given the public fair notice and opportunity to be heard, all of which, I'm sorry, I went further than I meant to, Grace, when making that case today as opposed to tomorrow.
Okay. Any other comments before we leave this item? Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, do we want to move on to middle school and high school? or-
How do we feel about those? Do we need to have discussions about those?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's move
I
them.
mean,
Yes.
how can we do
I
it
mean, I
without-
thought we had made some comments earlier. But apparently I'm wrong.
The middle school model, it's on slide 29 of the deck. Potentially we could go through faster. The one thing I'll say is, again, we're focusing on the bold categories at the top, and the bullets underneath are, for example, e.g. The models are similar here as what we just discussed in elementary. So I'll pause and let the board discuss any middle school, and then we also have a separate high school if folks are ready to jump to that too.
I'll just say, as to both middle school and high school, I would like to move Dr. Siebert's proposals. They are, in fact, can we, would it be possible to ask that Dr. Siebert's attachment to the email, that we get that language into public comment or something tomorrow, so that if and when we make motions based on it, that will be available for everybody?
I think what I would rather have done here is that if you would like to make that motion, that you be prepared to do that tomorrow.
Okay, I'll just read it into the record tomorrow. So that will be my motion tomorrow, that we amend middle school consistent with Dr. Siebert's in middle school regs, and then his suggestion is 30% growth, 40% achievement, 30% readiness, and recognizing that that's he's arguing, as am I, for a progression from elementary to middle to high, weighting growth less and less as you go up.
Ms. Ashton.
Sorry, thank you. I would like to hear from Chad about high school, just hear the more of the rationale and thinking, so that these two conversations could happen together.
Sure. So I'm just going to provide the overview of it. So it's on slide 31 for those of you following along. The high school models that are in front of you, just repeat what I just said. Focus on the bolded category rating or category weightings. The Model 1 has graduation at 20%, mastery achievement at 60%, and readiness at 20%. And the Model 2 has graduation at 15%, achievement at 50%, and readiness at 35%. So the big differences there are slight changes in graduation, and then a reallocation from achievement mastery to the readiness category.
Madam President, if I can jump in on this one. So this one, I'm actually on the flip side of it. I'm like, this is where we want everybody to be masters, and masters is graduation. And we have some very extensive graduation requirements in Virginia that include, among other things, verified credits, you have to pass the test on all of those subjects that are listed as part of mastery. And I think Dr. Siebert makes a very effective case. I mean, currently we weight graduation 100%. Any school that doesn't meet our graduation requirements is automatically kicked into some kind of intervention status. And here we're talking about taking graduation down to next to nothing. And I totally am befuddled by that. Pulling out 3 tests that are mostly 9th grade SOLs and weighting them 60% compared to graduation. Did you go to class? Did you complete your class? Did you pass your class in, however many different subjects all the way through high school, advanced diploma, standard diploma? I just totally don't get. And that would, I think Dr. Siebert is essentially arguing that mastery is already incorporated into graduation through our verified credit requirements, and that his argument, and I don't know whether he's right that we should take, he basically takes mastery down to 0, makes graduation 70% and readiness 30%. I don't know whether there's some reason why we want to highlight the results of those 3 tests, those 3 9th grade tests, up over and above, separately from their feeding into graduation. But if we do, then they ought to be weighted. The numbers ought to be flipped completely. And so the motion I'll make tomorrow is Alan's motion, which is that the regs be amended to give us different flexibility, but that also, I think, essentially he wants to do 70% graduation, 70 to 90% graduation, and mastery up to 30%. That's his model.
Miss Ashton?
Well, I just want to clarify, because I thought the bullets underneath are not finalized, and that there will be greater opportunity to define mastery into even define even more flexibility potentially in graduation. So if that, I'm seeing heads nod, then so I am in agreement around what is being presented for Model 1 around graduation being 20% and mastery being 60, because I believe there are other indicators that we previously talked about that would raise the bar for mastery at multiple levels, not just at 9th grade, but would really allow us to prepare students for the real jobs and opportunities that exist. And that if their mastery feels like baseline of skills that we want our students to have, and that where we can then really expand is around the readiness for real jobs and opportunities. So if that is correct, then the framework of 20, 60, 20, I think makes sense.
Dr. Northern?
So graduation rates are sort of, how shall I say this? Not looked upon favorably nationally, because they tend to be kind of fake. So here we are, as Virginia has the highest high school graduation rate in the country. Doesn't make a lot of sense given where we are on NAEP. So we have 92% of our kids graduated. So I don't know what's going on there. If it's verified credit, it means the SOL test is not where it needs to be in terms of rigor if we've got that many kids. But I tend to not put a hill of beans, I mean, I'm just being frank, on graduation rates anymore, just because they have been gamed and manipulated, and they have somehow just kids graduate. So I am more on Model 2, and I'll tell you because it puts less weight on graduation and it puts more on readiness, which I think we've got some phenomenal indicators in the readiness bucket, and I think they're only going to get better the more that we talk. And that's where the rubber does hit the road, as someone else said, in terms of getting them ready for real careers. And we're going to talk about, competency-based models where we're not going to be looking so much at traditional reading, math, science. We're going to open up all these other avenues for kids. So I feel like, just personally, Model 2 just resonates a little bit more with me.
If I may respond. I do think, and you know this better than me, so I'm surprised to hear you say it, but the research does support that high school graduation is a major predictor of success in life, income, et cetera. And I would say the Virginia rates, you're looking at the Virginia defined rate, the GCI, as opposed to the federal indicator. So I can see the argument why I've already said, I can see the argument why we should use the federal graduation indicator, which would not put us quite as high. It would still put us high. And frankly, that is borne out by the fact that we have high high school graduation rate, we have high rate of enrolling in college, and we have high rate of succeeding in college. So we are doing something right. You know, it may have more to do with our relative wealth as a state than what's actually going on in our K-12 schools, but it's not a surprise that we have a strong graduation rate. And if you look at our graduation requirements, which I'm sure we've all studied, they're not thin. There are some very substantial graduation requirements, and I think to unweight them is a mistake. And to Ms. Ashton's point, I do think we're being asked to define here what there is a definition in the regulations, and I'm searching for the line and I can't find it, but there is a definition in the regs as to what the mastery index is, and it is not graduation rate. It's, you know, tests basically, and maybe these guys can help draw us to it. And then there is a definition that says what the weight of graduation should be versus the weight of mastery. And it says you can add some other things in. So there is some flexible, but the basic parameters are all in the regs that we are being asked to vote on first and final review tomorrow, with some slight potential to tweak it without making substantial changes on the final round post-public comment.
Madam President, can we hear from Chad and Ann on this question? Because I do think the high school one is complicated, so.
Chad, Ann, can you all
I don't know.
fill in
I
some
don't
here?
know if it's Chad or Ann or Chad and Ann.
So what's the specific question?
So how are you guys think? Because there is this crosswalk between graduation and mastery, because these things are not completely independent. If you don't achieve certain things, you're not going to graduate. At least with a diploma that's going to be recognized in the 4-year cohort rate. So how are you all thinking about that?
It's a tough question, and partly it's because there's not good research on any science for this. It is a lot of art. It's about signaling to the field what you value. I think to Dr. Northern's point, the graduation rates are high, and not only are they high, but they're pretty universally high. There's not a lot of differentiation across graduation rates. I still wouldn't want to de-emphasize it more than what's on here. If you went below that, then that would say that doesn't matter. I don't think we want to send that message either. Any other comments? I think the readiness bucket is interesting, and particularly, I think Dr. Northern made this point too, is that there's a lot of promise for what those are going to define. I think that we're still working on those, and those can be tinkered, improved over time, and tweaked. So I think that they're all important, and I'm clearly not answering your question of any solid thing. I'll just say that I'm not going to put my foot down in any particular model, but anything else you would say?
I think the only point I would add is that I think both with the high school models are fairly consistent also with what other states are doing. When, you know, again, this is slightly more art than science, so there's not like one set of magical numbers, but if you're looking at what other states are doing, they do have similar emphasis on graduation achievement and readiness as what's presented here. So I think that that's sort of consistent, and I agree with the point that graduation, I think over time has become an indicator that is less able to differentiate between schools, just because we have seen an increase in graduation rates. It's sort of like one of the big success stories of the last 25 years, something that my organization that I work for my day job typically has done a lot of work around, and that, you know, we think is good. But in terms of being able to actually differentiate and distinguish levels of school quality has become less useful over time. And that's one of the reasons why I think there was this advent of readiness measures, because that is a new indicator that is differentiating high schools in a more meaningful way.
Ms. Haslop, while we've got you up here, can I ask you to, or Chad, to comment on the research on the relationship between high school graduation and success in life? And also, while I've got you up here, can I put you on the spot? Did I correctly, tell me how, edit my characterization of your comments earlier about growth? I didn't mean to mischaracterize you. But the first
So,
question is.
yeah, I think on the high school graduation rates, I think, what we know now is that graduation rates, it is an important indicator of success, but to be frank, it's less of a credential of value these days. When you look at this, like the statistic that my organization that works on this a lot cites over and over again is 80% of good paying jobs require at least some sort of form of college credential. So I think over time, and some of the research that exists is based on data from the 2000s, from the 1990s, when it was, different. So I think we have to recognize that I think it's not that a graduation isn't important. There is strong research that students, it's a predictor of later in life, but I think we have new, stronger measures that we didn't have back then that also are now very good predictors of long-term success, like success in advanced coursework, like, completion of like very rigorous college and career pathways in high school. Like those measures were things we were not measuring before because states didn't have the data systems to do it, but now we have them.
Do we have evidence that would justify weighting the end of course 3 tests? In other words, I hear your argument. What you just said makes a case for weighting readiness highly. What's the argument for weighting mastery, how kids do on 3 ninth grade tests as heavily as these models do? So
I think we have good evidence that achievement on standards-based assessments is associated with success in post-secondary. And that's based on the sort of 20+ year history of assessing students in a way we didn't have those requirements pre No Child Left Behind, but that these achievement on state assessments is positively linked to a whole bunch of positive long-term outcomes.
Thank you. And then my final question is, I shouldn't have put words into your mouth, but I thought I heard you say back last August that growth ought to be weighted at least equally with proficiency, especially in the lower grades, and that if you don't, you're running the risk of increasing residential segregation.
So I don't believe I made those comments this might have been my very first presentation to the board, probably many, many moons ago before this work had even kicked off. And I think the research that I was referring to in that case was research that so specifically that the ratings website Great Schools, so it was not actually about any kind of state accountability system, but about the methodology that Great Schools, or an independent company, used. They had some research commissioned that had showed that their ratings had, potentially increased racial segregation. So they tweaked their ratings. So it was less about what a state accountability system and more about sort of what this independent company, which by the way, is still operated and functioning. And if you're searching for a house, you get the Great Schools rating. So try to compete with them by developing your own system that's better and more accurate. So that's, I think, probably a better characterization of what I was trying to explain. And I do think, sort of separate from that, though, we do know that the growth data is less correlated with socioeconomic status and some other measures, but I don't think there's the same necessary, I'm not aware of the same body of research about the link between racial segregation as with the Great Schools study in particular.
But your last point is that, yes, growth is less correlated to demography.
Correct.
And that was, whenever it was you said it, I remember that you arguing that that's a reason to weight growth significantly.
Yes.
Well, we should be careful here. Growth is less correlated with demographics when you have a growth system that any progress at all counts as growth, because it's correlated with almost nothing, right? Like that, seriously, that's like that it's correlated with the weather because we give credit for any amount of growth. So there's no correlation there. There's not a lot of evidence that well-structured accountability systems lead to this. And so we should be really careful about being very precise about what we are doing here and what we're not doing. And grade schools had some issues, and I think anyone who understands the housing market and anything else can understand why those would be. It seems inexplicable to me, and I'm eager to hear the world where we solve the problem of residential segregation, which I would submit is a problem, by not telling people the truth, that that's not like a part of how we ultimately solve that problem.
Further comments on the high school model before we move back toward the middle school model, because we skipped over that.
Yeah, Matt, I do, man. But I mean, should we, like, I just feel like it might be worth, like, how do we feel about, I mean, the point on graduation rates, I think is real, in terms of their utility, and as a differentiation tool. It is, though, the sort of end game. I don't think we want to make it like, I don't think we want to overweight it, but do we want to have a conversation about how that relates? Because I assume mastery, again, because these bullets are just illustrative, we're going to end up with other measures of advanced course taking and so forth, and just make sure we're all comfortable with how we see those two crosswalking.
Well, if I may, I think the regulations define the mastery index as a proficiency index on tests. Now, you can add in other measures, but the regulations say mastery has to have at least such and such a percentage of weight, and then it defines mastery as tests. So if you want more room to add in advanced coursework, then that would need to come in under some other indicator, readiness or otherwise, as I read the regs, or we'd need to amend the regs. which-
But am I mistaken? That wouldn't also include things like AP and IB? Am I
No,
mistaken about that?
not the regulations,
Okay.
the 60 pages that we have not yet
Right,
really
okay.
worked our way through, define it quite precisely.
Okay.
The only thing that the regs don't define about the mastery index is how much weight is to proficient versus basic, below basic, advanced, proficient, advanced. That's the only thing that's not defined in the regs about mastery index. Now, the regs definitely say you can add in other indicators, but it says that mastery has to be at least such and such weight in your final summative system, and then it defines mastery as tests.
Yeah,
That's
and
what-
I will just remind everyone, we talked about college career readiness and civics, and we've talked about that several times at multiple board meetings and multiple decks, that the college readiness was where we were counting advanced coursework like AP, IB, dual
Right.
enrollment, concurrent enrollment. That is where the board asked us to drop those kinds of conversations. So those would actually fit into the revised bullet potentially for college career and readiness, those advanced coursework. And if you look at the middle school and elementary, that's where those kinds of things fit right now, is in the readiness bucket. So that was where readiness for college would be an outcome measure on AP, IB, Cambridge. Dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment was where you had that conversation earlier as a board.
And that's all in our current CCRI, our career readiness indicator that we've already got.
I think what we talked about is these are outcome measures in the new model. In our current, it's access and taking.
Participation. versus
Participation
passing.
versus outcome. Yes.
Right, gotcha. On the AP courses, on the dual enrollment, well, I don't know. Anyway, yes, our CCRI is along those lines, but may well be, I stand corrected on, there are enrollment as opposed to passing those courses. Okay. But if you want to put more weight on those, then you want the regs to make sure you want the regulatory language to give you enough room to put more weight on readiness or other indicators and less weight on the tests, the 3 ninth grade tests.
So is there any other conversation we can have around this that we need to have Anne and Chad help us on as far as the high school models? And what, I mean, I'd kind of like to know where we want to go with this here, Mr. Hanson.
I would maybe just throw out the 50 for achievement and 25 for the other two for high school. And I think that would be a representative balance of I don't have it in front of me. I just turned my computer off.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Option 2.
So I think,
Sorry.
there you go.
Yeah, it's just maybe somewhere in the middle of 1 and 2, but with mastery at 50 and graduation at 25 and readiness at 25.
I was gonna say that when I first looked at this last week, I really liked, and Amber brought this up, I really liked that readiness was higher than graduation.
So we could do 35 and 15, and I think,
Mean-
especially the Amber's
Especially
point.
based on what she said, made me even agree with her even more before, agree with it even more after she said that. I think readiness needs to be higher than graduation.
I agree. And I think and I was confused. I think given the things that we're gonna end up putting under readiness, that's where if we're thinking about like a holistic set of things that we want high schools to do in terms of different pathways and so forth, that is an indicator that should carry a lot of weight in terms of across all students, our schools actually preparing them for meaningful post-secondary opportunities.
I agree. I was persuaded by Amber's description of Model 2 leaning heavily on the readiness. So thank you for that.
So Model 2 for high school. All right. Any other comments here before we move to middle school? Because we skipped over that.
If I didn't say it already, I will move Alan's option for high school, which would be 70-30 graduation readiness and 0 to mastery. Because mastery is included under graduation.
The 70, Ms. Holden, is graduation.
Correct.
One thing I will flag on that is that would potentially violate the federal requirements if you don't have the test of achievement in high school without incorporating it into the school grading system.
The federal regs would require there be some number to mastery.
Yeah, it maybe Ann could be better at answering this, but it requires every indicator to be given significant weight on its own. And it also requires the inclusion of those tests. So those tests would have to be included at a significant weight. Significant is not defined. We can give you parameters of what they've approved for all the different.
And Chad, to be clear, this is a place, I'm not suggesting we should do this, and I would not support it, but we could bifurcate, and Virginia could do its own thing and then have a separate ESSA indicator to be in compliance.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah, I would, that's best, want to make sure we're.
But that applies even though passing those tests, the proficiency measure for those tests is a requirement for graduation. That doesn't answer the federal requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
Its proficiency on the statewide assessments must be included for
As a separate
accountability
measure.
for all grade spans, and it needs to get that substantial weight.
But it's separate, it has to be separate. It can't be incorporated into the graduation.
It's considered a
Okay.
separate
All
indicator
right,
from
then I will
graduation.
modify my motion to bring the mastery number down to whatever you tell me is the lowest the feds would allow. And what would that number be?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can look that up.
Tell us
meeting.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stan.
And I'll modify what I'm purporting to be Ellen's motion to that.
Okay. Are we waiting for y'all to make a decision here or not? Andy's throwing me off over here.
Sorry, man, I believe,
Trying to be a comedian
I
again.
believe we're waiting for Chad and Ann to tell us what to do.
You don't pay us enough money for that. So do we want to go back to the middle school
We do
model
need to
and
go
have
back to the middle
a
school.
discussion on that?
Yes.
So just to tee that up, we've talked, the models here are the same as the elementary. Doesn't mean we can't change them, but that is what is on the table here. Model 1 has growth at 20%, mastery achievement at 70%, and readiness at 10%. Model 2 has growth at 25%, mastery achievement at 50%, and readiness at 25%. So I'll leave it up to the board to discuss.
I would support at least the figure that Alan recommends for middle school, which is, I think, at least 35% to growth. Oh, also, I think it's, I'm sorry, he says 30% to growth, 40% to achievement, 30% to readiness. And I will say also, I think it is worth understanding that the regs do not mention this middle school advanced coursework other than it would be included as a potential other indicator we might someday adopt. And likewise for the performance indicator at elementary school, the regs rightly don't address that because those things don't exist yet and don't yet meet our criteria for, having been shown to be valid and reliable, et cetera, because they don't exist yet. So the regs give the possibility of other indicators, but essentially for now, for what will go into effect next fall, and there's no pilot year, there's no phasing in here or anything, but will go into effect in September, if I understand correctly, will be just chronic absenteeism. When I say go into effect, that the performance of the 24-25 school year will determine accountability and accreditation status for the following school year. So in other words, it does go into effect for next school year. There's no pilot year here. But I didn't mean to get off on that point, and correct me if I'm wrong on that point, but my real point is the readiness indicators for this effectively the first year of the new system, the readiness indicators at elementary and middle will be chronic absenteeism. Unless I'm missing something.
There's a performance.
But that's not, the performance task hasn't yet been created or validated. I don't think there's any way it can be in effect for year one when it doesn't yet exist.
President Creasy?
Please.
I think that we are continuing to raise the bar high for all students, and that mastery is where that lives, and that mastery should be the more significant weight. I'm open, since we adjusted there was a proposal to adjust the elementary rate to give a little bit more of a nod towards growth. I was fine. I support that. If there was a recommendation to slightly shift, I would be open to that in middle school. But I think the experience has been, if we weigh growth either close or more, that what we'll find out is that kids are growing, but they're never reaching mastery. And so having the majority of the percentage towards mastery is going to advance us to make sure that we're raising all tides or boats, whatever the analogy that is.
And ready for high school.
And then ready for high school.
That's right. I agree.
And I would agree, and just maybe we just go with what we had talked about on the elementary school at the 65, 25, 10 numbers, which.
25 growth, 65 mastery, 10 readiness.
Right.
Okay, so maybe I'm the only one that's dug into this middle school advanced coursework thing we're thinking about, but I am super excited about it. And I'm not sure, like, man, can we just do a little bit more? Because I feel like I don't want to slight readiness, because if we get kids to start taking, high school courses in middle school, like that is a game changer, right? Like we're pushing them closer to being able to do these pathways that we want in high school. We're incentivizing schools to give them these opportunities they've never had before. So it's not anything against mastery this time, you guys, because it's really just trying to give a little more of a nod to this really cool middle school advanced coursework thing that we're trying to develop, and really give that a little bit more oomph and incentive for schools to really make a go of that and offer kids those opportunities. Yes.
I would suggest we actually take down, keep growth at 20, because we're essentially, and this is the conversation about more advanced stuff in middle school. We're, and this is the direction things are going. We're not treating middle schools as sort of elementary schools for big kids. We're treating them as basically pre-high school, where you're taking, in a lot of cases, we want kids to be taking algebra, and so forth. And so I think a step down on growth is appropriate there, and a step up on, the readiness criteria that we're looking at. And then corresponding that comes, that we can drop the mastery.
And I would recommend we double Amber, do 20, 20, 60.
I'm sorry, what, 2026?
Do 20 readiness, 20 growth, and 60 mastery.
We're all like ready to go. Please.
For what it's worth, Alan would argue for 30% readiness in middle school. Frankly, joining in Dr. Northam's enthusiasm for achievement on Algebra 1 and high school course success.
I still think mastery needs to be pretty high.
Agreed.
So would you all be okay with 20 growth, 60 mastery, 20 readiness?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I'm
Yeah.
65 mastery. And then 15.
I can live with that.
I just think mastery. You gotta send the signal of high expectations, high achievement.
Before they get to high school.
Yeah, so 65. Mastery.
What would you take away from
readiness?
But on this one, Miss Ashton, if we were to do 20, 20, 60, you still have a situation where we're counting getting kids proficient 3 times as much as growth. And we're also allowing for more of this readiness. If we lower, we have a choice between introducing, I think, some of the trapdoors that a lot of us are concerned about, or minimizing our ability to do more readiness things in middle school.
I just, if the elementary people do what they're supposed to do and get kids on track, then the readiness stuff absolutely happens. I'm just worried that we're gonna be behind coming in, and then the bar's low to getting kids up to the mastery level. And then it's the same kicking the can down the road. I'm not excited about readiness. I'm just, the brutal facts are that we're really far behind here, and that there's a lot of I think the readiness at middle school is great. I am also very excited. I think it gives the incentive to start pre-algebra, start taking high school classes. Like, that space is there to be able to do that. But I just think that if we're not keeping the bar incredibly high at middle school, and then we're saying 60% at mastery at middle school, 60% at high school, that.
We're saying 50% mastery at high school.
Yeah. if
We're going
allowed
here?
to, yeah.
No.
We're shifting towards readiness.
Right.
Right, we're putting more in readiness at high school.
So you would be happy with 20% growth, 65% mastery, 15% readiness?
I would be happy with that, but I'm also not gonna fight over 5%. I just wanna make sure I'm emphasizing incredibly high expectations at middle school. At mastery.
And where's remind me what number you all are moving to on high school?
What currently sits on model 2?
Yeah, high school is model 2.
Okay. Well, I'll just be a dissenter on all of those, and I will make Alan's motion. And, but as to the high school motion, I will make a motion to, instead of Alan's 0 to mastery, I'll put 10% or whatever Chad tells me the federal minimum is.
Okay, so middle school, are we okay with 20, 65, 50?
Yes.
I'd really want 60, 20, 20, but we can, again, it's 5%, but I'm just super excited about readiness.
Say that again? You like
It's-
60,
I like 60, 20, 20. Just because I feel like we also, if we give kids the exposure to those classes, more and more kids at middle school, even the exposure to those classes helps them, even if they aren't fully prepared. But anyway.
And sorry, Madam President, could you repeat? You went fast.
Elementary, 25, 65, 25 growth, 65 mastery, 10 ready. That was Bill's.
65 achievement, I thought you said.
Now you're talking middle or elementary?
I know.
I'm going
Elementary
through.
is
So
65
I'm going
achievement.
through. We
Yeah.
currently
Elementary,
have
okay. Yep.
Elementary, 25% growth.
Yep.
65% mastery, 10% readiness. I think I'm reading these differently than you all are.
Yep.
Then middle school. Obviously, we're not totally done here, but 20% growth, 65% mastery, 15% readiness. High school is model 2 is the same. So that's 15% growth, 50% mastery, 35% readiness. Or I'm sorry, I got my words mixed up. 15% graduation, 50% mastery, 35% readiness. You know what I was meaning?
Model 2.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So. Is everyone okay with us leaving this item at this point? Because the library.
Well,
the library is closed.
It's closed.
I, so I would just say the one, I just want to, I mean, while I do disagree on content and on process here, I do agree that we agree on the goals and don't want to detract from that. I also hope that there will continue to be support for the budgetary for the budget that's needed to make all of this labeling schools actually turn into real support to promote success. And I hope that the administration will translate that into support for the at-risk add-on funds in the current budget discussion and for the OSQ, Office of School Quality, OSQ funds in the current budget debate, because without resources, none of this helps anybody succeed any better.
Anything else on this before we leave it? Dr. Coombs? Now you're up.
And Dr. Hollins.
And Dr. Hollins?
Yeah.
You're on deck now.
You're good. Paper. Paper.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. What's the color again?
I was trying to organize them so that it didn't take longer to sort through. Oh, you get to stand. All right, so thank you very much. We are very excited to give you a special education update and let you know where everything is. Every piece of paper that I just handed the board is publicly available on our special education website. So we'll make sure that is linked so it's very easy and available for everyone. But I kind of want to give you an update of where we are and where we are with the federal monitoring visits and where we are going with our special education work group. One of the things that I heard from you a year ago almost today is that we needed to really focus on our students who are most vulnerable and have the greatest challenges in the Commonwealth. And we were sitting on several high need areas around special education. So I want to provide you an update that on March 13th, OSEP sent us the first letter in your packet. I've tried to organize these for efficiency's sake so that you have them in order. But the first thing in your packet is the letter OSEP provided us closing out the monitoring from 2019 and 2020. So you have that packet and all the details around that information. Do I have these backwards in the packet? And then you have the letters that they sent us on March 13th. We sent these to you digitally on Friday, but I just want to remind you that we are closed out of the monitoring corrective action findings from 2019 and 2020. In addition, they provided us a monitoring report from their 2023 October visit. In that monitoring report, there are several procedural next steps for the agency. So what we wanted to do is be extremely proactive with some of the procedural next steps to continue to work collaboratively with OSEP. We very much appreciate all of the collaboration they provided us over the summer in preparation for the visit this fall and the feedback. One of the reasons we started with our 2 outside consultants in the report that we provided in early October was because of some of the collaboration with OSEP. So they've been incredibly supportive, collaborative, and I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Hollins, who doesn't want to stand up here next to me. I've tried a couple times, but she is hiding around the work that she has done and the number of meetings and the number of supports and collaborations. And she has really been closely working with OSEP to try and make sure that we are up to speed and up to date. As many of you know, our full SPED regs have not been open in a long period of time, and the opportunity to provide clean up to those regs, exempt actions will happen tomorrow in a vote. And the goal of those, and we worked very closely with Deb's team and with Adam Kane, who've been tremendously helpful in making sure that the procedural updates that they have asked for in the regs meet IDA, meet federal compliance, and now are in alignment so that our state regs also meet that. They've also asked for some other items inside that letter. You will see a chart. This chart walks through everything that they have asked of us and our action steps. This is not our formal corrective action or our IDA plan, but it is our steps to show OSEP that we absolutely take their feedback seriously, and we want to make sure that we are moving into a next step process with them. So this was provided on Friday. They sent us the letter late Wednesday evening. This was our response on Friday to make sure they see how each recommendation that they provided with us, we have next step actions that Sam and her team will formalize with OSEP over the next month. But primarily, one of the things we wanted to take care of right away were those exempt actions and those procedural regulatory updates so that we could focus on some of the other pieces and continue our work. As a result of the reports we received from Nathan Levinson and Bob Pasternak. As we talked about in October, they gave us a wealth of substantive things that we wanted to really organize and support. So after that, those reports that they provided us, we have a very diverse stakeholder group. And I think I remember you were asking us about CHAC and making sure CHAC was on there. CHAC is on there, PTSI is on there, multiple different parent resources, several of Roanoke City Schools superintendent, as well as Alexandria. We wanted to make sure we had a representation of Mark Bergen from Bedford, small, rural, large school divisions in diverse settings to help us continue the work with special education. This roadmap that you have in front of you, this is our unveiling moment of the roadmap. I know you guys have had long, deep conversations today, but this is a very exciting moment. They have worked very hard to organize all of those findings in those very long reports to put prioritized efforts to help us on a roadmap to success. So in this roadmap, you will see that they put a stake in the sand around 6 things. And we came to them with ideas and they came back and gave us feedback, and we really reshaped these around the feedback of our task force. And so inclusion and making sure that instruction is focused on meaningful inclusion and opportunities for students. Making sure that we are staffed well. That was something they elevated to us and asked us to pull that out and really emphasize the recruitment and retention of our special education workforce, really thinking through different avenues and supports there, emphasizing high quality instruction and making sure that materials and supports for teachers that provide all students access in the classroom has been an important part of that conversation. I love that parent engagement is kind of in the center of the road because it's the center of the work and making sure our parents, and that is why we have such a heavy emphasis of parent groups and parent representatives on that task force, is to focus on how we strengthen those relationships, how we ensure families are empowered. I think we've had some recent legislation that really emphasizes more expansion and more support, so that this is an alignment of some of that work. And then really thinking, we've talked a lot today about ready for life, right? Ready for elementary, then getting ready for middle, ready for high, ready for life. We wanted to bring that work into our special education focus because we want to make sure that that student group is ready for life. And we want to really deeply think about post-secondary transitions and opportunities that all students have and all of those components that we talked about in that readiness indicator. So we're excited to align the work around readiness, not just with accountability and accreditation, but really driving that back into the work that we are thinking about with Roadmap for Special Education. And then most importantly, I'm really proud of the work that Sam's team has done, and I'm going to drag you up here now. She and her team have really restructured our monitoring process to be prioritized and really to think about our high need school divisions and our high need work and restructured the way she has staffed her team. And I would love for you to talk just a minute about how you have shifted the way we're monitoring substantively and some of the feedback you've received just on the monitoring bullet, just a little bit.
Absolutely. No, it's my pleasure, Dr. Coons. And I'm not reluctant to stand up, but as you can see, Dr. Coons has a masterful ability to talk about the work we've been undertaking in special education. Particularly in monitoring, we have really made a shift to work in partnership with local school divisions. And so our monitoring and accountability has really worked in tandem with the federal program, which is focused on results for our most vulnerable students. And so our work is now that every 5 years, every single school division in the Commonwealth of Virginia will receive in-depth on-site monitoring in special education. And as part of that follow-up, there will obviously be a focus on compliance because that's so important. But here in Virginia, we're also focused on program improvement. And so how are we articulating the goals and vision for our local school divisions to improve in the areas of graduation and post-school outcomes for students? And so while there is a lot of gratitude for the staff at the department, I will say that also key to our success has been our partnership with local school divisions, particularly with our local directors of special education, whom we're very grateful to work with.
So overall, we feel like we are on the road and we are getting on the road and we've defined that road. And the next step for our task force is to really build out the chunks of those 6 bucket areas. And what we've talked about, actually, we talked about on yesterday was about what does the backup behind this look like? Because we don't want it to be a 700-page manual that no one digs into and gets great resources. And we want to say, these are things that are most important. So really right now they're trying to figure out and really think about the usability and what the resource packages are behind each piece of the road. And so what does that look like? What are the resources that exist? I will shout out our PTs across our parent engagement work across the state. They have a wealth of resources. So how do we think about those resources in a user-friendly grab, supporting our resource centers, making sure that they're easy and accessible and usable? So it's really about thinking about what we have, thinking about what we want to make sure is in front of, and then where do we need to bolster something? So if we think about high quality instructional materials, how do we really think about the materials and how those have access points for our vulnerable students in an inclusive setting? How do we think about our Grow Your Own program, which we've been talking about apprenticeships, and we've been talking about that deeply. How do we think about that in tandem with our instructional assistants who are already sitting and supporting special education students? I think that's an incredible opportunity. We have a massive amount of amazing instructional assistants that I've had the opportunity to meet when I go out that want to be special education teachers, but there's barriers in the way, whether it's funding, whether it's college access, whether it's giving up their opportunity. They're actually embedded and have a mentor special education teacher and have the opportunity to deeply grow those practices in a Grow Your Own model. So how do we expand that? How do we deepen that? So we're really trying to think about what we're doing, all the stuff, and organizing that way in a meaningful, engaging, collaborative partnership. So excited that we're on the road, excited that we're working collaboratively with OSEP, and wanted just to provide those updates for you as we are headed into really starting to build out the resources and the packages behind the roadmap.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you for the roadmap and thank both of you. I appreciate very much your leadership on the issue. Just what is the timing for the roadmap? Is it a 5-year or timeframe or 3-year strategy, or what does the?
That's a great question. I think that's something we should take back to the task force and figure out. I think what we want to do is build out the pieces behind it and really understand. And then I think to your point, what are the measurable outcomes and the timelines for those outcomes around that? And we really, I'm really proud of our team because we want to make sure we're hearing those voices as we think about it. I would put 6 months behind everything because I want to drive a Maserati on the road, but I know that not everyone can do that and we have to be thoughtful of how we put those in. But should be something we can bring back in June or July for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I applaud your effort in helping us understand where you are in the effort with OSEP, and that's all very helpful. On your roadmap, I think the recruitment and retention piece is the most important and would love to hear more, both about, for instance, how much, and I don't mean today, but at some point, maybe our April work sessions, how much the apprenticeship model and grow your own model, can they really work at scale, or are they more small ball? And if they're not at scale, what's the scalable solution? And within that, one of the things you've done that I love is this the dashboard. You see me pulling up the special ed teacher vacancy dashboard, which shows that in some of our regions, teacher vacancies are high everywhere, but our special ed teachers in some of our regions are double the rate of other vacancies, and that the paraprofessional vacancy rates are quite high. And I would love to see comparable data, either in a dashboard or otherwise, on the provisional licensing of special ed teachers. Because I think both having teachers and having well-prepared teachers are crucial. And I think one of the most useful things the state can do in recruitment and retention, given that you're not hiring and firing teachers, is help identify the needs and the challenges. And provisional licensing is one of the ones that I just think, what our law allows in Virginia, to have a teacher who's basically had zero training in special ed be in front of a classroom of severely disabled kids a week into their training, essentially, is terrifying. And the more we can do to help provide information about what's going on, and then zero in on where are the problems and where aren't they, because these dashboards show that some parts of the state are doing better than others. So I'd love to see more information, particularly on provisional licenses.
So I'm going to hold to the board work plan, which y'all asked us to create. There is a month, and I don't know what it is off the top of my head, that we are planning to bring a whole teacher package that includes Grow Your Own, it includes provisional, it includes updates. I think we align that to when we collect that data, so we can have the most up-to-date end of year data for you and provide that update. I will say that I was recently in DC with state chiefs from all over the country. There were 37 of us, and we met with representatives from USDOE and advocated for expansion of Grow Your Own opportunities, expansion of the partnership with U.S. Department of Labor, because there's significant grant dollars, significant programs, thinking about the rules around long-term apprenticeship models for educators, and in particular, thinking about that as more of a sustainable and not a stopgap, because the data that is coming out of registered apprenticeships across this country, in particular in our high urban, high need settings, the retention of teachers is just through the roof. So we have to figure out, as we've all talked about, the data and the research and what is working. And to think about, you just talked about concerns about our provisionally licensed teachers. If we have instructional assistants who have been working with our students and mentored in a much longer set of actual classroom experiences through an apprenticeship model, that's a win-win for all children. So I think we need to continue to advocate and leverage our voice around Grow Your Own and the data around your Grow Your Own as a long-term solution and an expanded solution.
Thank you.
I think the library is going to want us to.
Yeah, got it.
Oh,
Thank
and I
you,
have one more
ladies.
thing. I just have to say a huge shout out for Dr. Hollins. I mean, she was in October literally doing an OSEP review, work with both of our reviewers, making sure they had adequate access on a fast timeline. She has produced a lot of documents and a lot of support and a lot of continuous work, and we have pushed really hard, and she has stepped up every single time to the challenge. So I just want to thank her very much.
Okay, excuse me. Dr. Coons, do you have any concluding remarks before I make mine? No, okay. So before we adjourn for the day, I would just like to let everyone know, as you've seen the agenda for tomorrow, it is quite tight. My request would be, we have been quite loose on our back and forth and not been so tight on our Roberts rules. I'm asking that we not iterate on the fly tomorrow so much as if you have comments, if you have motions to be made, please, specifically after today's conversations, come prepared with those motions so that we won't be doing a whole lot of this kind of iterating on the fly. So I don't want to have a whole lot of back and forth tomorrow because that's not really technically what you're supposed to be doing in a business meeting according to Robert's rules. That's why we have these work sessions. So please do come tomorrow prepared with whatever motions that you would like to have, you would like to present if you would like to present motions. So that's all that I have to say for the afternoon. Any other comments by anybody? We are.
One thing we didn't get to, Madam President, Alan would prefer these are referred to as performance reports, not report cards. I didn't know, Ms. Holton, if you were going to offer that as an amendment as well, and it wasn't something we had an opportunity to discuss.
Yeah, he highlighted better in his presentation to us, the language around the weighted index. But yes, he does ask that we take out the word card and makes a good argument for it. And so I'm happy to make that motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other,
Yeah,
Madam
that's
President. but
absolutely not
for
a
your
decision that has
admonition.
to be made tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, though, no, it's in the regs. The language is in the regs, the card. So if we want to use, I think it should be made tomorrow, one way or the other.
As to what the actual terminology is.
Because the terminology is used in the regs that we're being asked to approve tomorrow. So unless we, unless wisdom prevails and we defer final review until to April, tomorrow we are going to be asked to approve language. And once we adopt language tomorrow, it's going to be very hard to change it later.
No, I understand that. I just didn't realize that that particular verbiage was in the reg, the way that he says it is.
There's 60 pages of regs, so I haven't studied it in detail, but I think from Alan's argument that it is. But I'll try and check it
Okay,
to the regs. Yeah, they're in.
anything else?
Yeah, they are.
We're adjourned.
But they're looking there. I mean, it's like.
Item, what does that say? Item L.
Yeah, it's the attachment to item L. I think they attached it both today and tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
It's just a lot and they don't crosswalk it well to really tell